Hello, hello, hello. Welcome one, welcome all to Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by the good folks at WakeU. My name is Craig McMorris, alongside the voice of wakeboarding, Dano the Mano. We are in for one heck of a day, Dano. We're going to have some fun. Let's take a look at the event schedule before we get things started. You got to know where you're going if you want to get there. 9 a.m. Women's Beginner Division, followed by Women's Open, Men's Beginner, Men's Intermediate, and Men's Open. Remember, this is a team event, and this has me extremely fired up. Not only on the event, Dano, but on the boat that these riders will be behind. The H20 launched yesterday. I had the pleasure of riding behind this thing. It was absolutely amazing. A lot of really cool new features. My favorite, Dano? The power platform. That thing folds up. Storage is not an issue with this beautiful, beautiful machine. We also have a lot of other sponsors, Dano, do we not?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Craig, let me start off by saying what an honor it is to be here with you, just bringing that much more legitimacy. Now, I know a lot of folks probably recognize and know you more from the frozen H2O from the snowboard industry, but actually you and I have quite the history going back over a decade. Last time I saw you, we were out in Wasaga Beach. It was for the Byerly Toe Jam, and you and your brother were out there doing a little bit of competing on the wake skate, man. So
absolutely, just trying to survive at that point. We're just trying to survive at the Barley Toe Jam. But yes, we have some rapport, we have some history, and we have some chemistry.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited about that, but let's talk about some of the folks behind the scenes here. Of course, today's event is powered by WakeU in partnership with Heyday ambassador and pro wakeboard athlete, the one and only Dirty Mike Dowdy. We are here at one of the most legendary sites of all time in the world of towed water sports action. Now, believe it or not, at one point, and it wasn't too long ago, this lake right here, Lake David at Lake David Park, it held more world records in the world of water skiing than any other lake in the entire world. We are here just outside of the mecca of all towed water sports action, just outside of Orlando, Groveland, Florida, right here on Lake David Park. Of course, here this weekend, sanctioned by the World Wake Association, the WWA, all competing riders are official members of the WWA. Some of our great sponsors out here, Mercury is our engine partner, our friends over at Simrad, the marine electronics partner, Rockford Fosgate is the audio partner. We're going to be hearing them jam out all throughout the day. Relion's taking care of us as far as the marine battery side of things go. The crew from Red Bull is in the house. We've got Liquid Planet Marine. That's the local Heyday dealership. So we're excited to have those great sponsors. Without amazing sponsors like that, events like this just don't happen. We've got 7 collegiate teams representing at this year's Heyday Collegiate Cup. I'll go over those crews real fast for you. We've got the team from Michigan State University out here. ASU, the returning champions, the Wake Devils, are in the house. Indiana University, they brought over 16 of their team members out here with us. They took that long haul, that 15-hour drive south here to Central Florida. University of Tennessee, Texas A&M University. We got the hometown heroes. That's right, University of Central Florida, a.k.a. UCF, and Mississippi State University.
We have a full roster, and that's what I'm very, very excited about. A team sport just brings something out of you. You're doing it for the bigger picture, and that bigger picture could lead you leaving here with $15,000. This is a massive cash purse. $7,000 for second and $3,000 for third. So these athletes could be walking away with some very nice cash. You know what also is very nice, Dano? The H20. The Heyday H20. I believe that we do have a little video explaining more of it. You'll get to see Dylan Miller and Dirty Mike Dowdy be scientists. Should we take a look at that? Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Groveland, Florida. We are at Lake David Park, and that was a great look at the H20. Beautiful, beautiful machine, Dano.
Yeah, that's right. Really excited to watch it in action out here today, and we are looking at the future of wake sports with all these great collegiate athletes getting ready to battle it out. But Craig, I know that this week you arrived into Central Florida a little bit early, and you had the opportunity to get out there on the all-new this H20 yourself, and I was hoping to get a little bit of feedback from some of your experiences.
I appreciate the question because I got lots to say, okay? The good folks at Heyday invited just a plethora of athletes, a couple snowboarders, some foilers, surfers, and, of course, some members of the Heyday Wake team. And what we got to do is go behind the H20, really explore it, find what our favorite features were, test the surf wave, test the wake, do all of that kind of stuff. And let me say there was a lot of takeaways. One of my favorite features, as I mentioned in the opening, that power platform, press a button, your platform goes up. That's industry first, okay? If you have a tight garage, your boat's getting in there, no worries. There's also these really deep bucket seats at the back. You're legally allowed to sit backwards and watch riders from behind the boat. So that was a really, really cool feature, and we had a blast out there, Dano.
Well, that's right. Well, powered by Mercury Marine's 6.2-liter, 320 horsepower. So the Heyday H20 has all the power that you need. I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff that you guys did behind the boat. Obviously, we're here for a little bit of the wakeboard action, but the discipline that's really been taking our industry by storm over the past few years. I'm talking about wake surfing. Did you guys get the opportunity to surf the wake as well?
I did, actually. I had the pleasure of going behind the H22 last year and now this year the H20, and those were two incredible surf waves. I was blown away by the H20 surf wave. I could have stayed out there all day. One of the really cool things, too, is James Jenkins. I don't know if you're familiar with that name. He is an incredible foiler. He was just doing straight-up backflips off the surf wave. It was truly, truly incredible. So we had a ton of fun out there. That thing puts up a great surf wave, but I'm excited to see it put up an incredible wake for all our athletes here today.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing that I took notice. Now, obviously, if you follow the world of wake sports and you're following a lot of the competitions that go around, in a lot of cases, these guys are riding behind the 22, 24, 25-foot boats in competition. But having a look yesterday during the actual launch that was out on Heyday's Facebook page and throughout YouTube, I noticed that for a boat that's in that 20-foot range, that wake seems to be on par with some of the competitors.
Facts. Absolute facts, Dano. It was on par. It was huge. And the way that they use the space in that 20-footer is, bar none, right? It doesn't feel small. But I know when you put it in your garage, it's going to fit, which is pretty cool. So I love that. I love that boat, and I'm excited to see what the athletes can do behind it today.
Well, that's right. Well, the Heyday team definitely has a great crew behind the scenes, in front of the scenes as well. And throughout the day, we're going to see a handful of the Heyday athletes in the house. I know Kara Upshaw is going to be helping us with a little commentary down by the dock. Of course, Dylan Miller, a fellow Canadian of yours, one of the style masters. He's going to be hanging around here. And, of course, the man behind WakeU himself, the man behind this entire event, the one and only Mike Dowdy.
Absolutely. They have such a rad team, and I'm excited to see Carol on the mic. She's going to be our member dockside. So any information that we need to be gotten dockside, Carol's going to be on it. Also, maybe shout out to everyone in the truck putting in the hard work, getting this all set up. There it is right there, giving a little wave. So we've got the media side covered, Dano.
Yeah, that's right. The crew from the Water Ski Broadcasting Company have been doing such a great job bringing our sport out to hundreds of thousands of people all around the world. So we are so glad to have them with us right here in Groveland, Florida, in Lake David. Now, how about these conditions out here today, Craig? What are you thinking?
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And I know this women's beginner division is going to tear these conditions up. 7 riders in that one. That will be our first of 5 divisions, if you will.
Absolutely. Well, let's go over it right now because we've got a handful of great teams from all over the U.S. representing. And in the women's beginner division this morning, kicking it off for MSU, doing it for Michigan State, we've got Gabriella DiVirgilio going to be off the dock first. From ASU, it's going to be Windsor Williams. Katie Drummond making her return to the water, representing in the women's beginners division for Indiana. For Tennessee, Madison Burge. Brianna Muir from UCF, University of Central Florida, right here in Orlando, Florida. For Mississippi State, Lily Ramsey and Sarah Flynn is going to be finishing off that women's beginner division and representing for Texas A&M. All right, so guys, we're going to be back here in just a few more moments. Beautiful day here in Groveland, Florida, Lake David. This is the 2022 Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU. For Craig McMorris, I'm Dano the Mano. We'll be back. All right. Well, it looks like we are set to hit the water, and our first athlete of the day is getting ready to rip rally and ride it down the line. 18 years young, doing it from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Our goofy-footed rider getting ready to do it up. We've got Gabby DiVirgilio getting ready to hit the water here. 18 years old, so this is going to be her first season competing in the collegiate wake scene. I'm sure that she's got a little bit of experience behind the boat, but the one thing I love about the collegiate wake sports is it's a great opportunity to get even new students, when they find out about some of these wakeboard clubs, it gets them out there on the water for the first time.
And that's Heyday's mission. Get as many people behind the boat. Water sports are incredible. Let's get more people doing it here. Gabby starting things off, right foot forward, that goofy-footed stance.
All right, so here in this women's beginners division, the judges are going to be looking for a lot of things. They're going to be looking for control. They're going to be looking for the basic fundamentals out there on the water. And as you can see it right there, Gabby getting way outside the lake, getting nice and low. Touching the water right there, she cuts back in, doing a couple of surfs, a couple of slashes into that single wake jump off the toe side edge. As she continues to carve it up right behind that H20, she sets edge back over on the toes and way outside, heel side cut back over, going for that double wake jump, just about making it and clearing that second wake. Judge is definitely going to take notice. Some big air right there, Craig. And as she finishes it off, a big old turn outside that edge, outside that wake, back over, toe side wake jump. Going to be happy with that run. Stand up pass to open things up for us this morning.
Absolutely. I like what you said there. I call them fundies. Gabby's got them. She went off the toe, she went off the heels, getting some air, maybe getting acquainted to this monster of a wake behind this H20. Let's see what she's got for her second pass. Remember, folks, if you're new to wakeboarding, 2 falls, you're done. 1 fall, you're still in it. You got to get there and back. And as you mentioned, the judge is looking for control.
All right, well, here we go. Pass number 2, the Heyday H20 coming back in our direction. And Abby Divergilio out there, and it looks like she may have had a little bit of a crash there as they were coming around the turn. And, hey, that'll happen. But right now it looks like we're going to go down to the dock with Caro.
Hey, guys, this is Kara standing in the hype zone with Katie from Indiana. And, Katie, how have you prepared for this event?
I've really just prepared by practicing. I feel like I haven't gotten as much practice this year as I would like to, but just getting mentally prepared and figuring out what I can do to try to get as many points as possible.
Awesome. Yeah, I just heard you talking to, was that your coach just here?
He's VP for Indiana University.
Do you think they all have your back in this event?
Oh, for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah, we can't wait to see what you do out there. Katie's up 3rd in this division. Now back to you guys.
Indiana University was looking, they came in numbers today. They were not messing around. So I think that their entire team definitely has her back right there.
Yeah, absolutely. 16 riders all coming out here. Obviously, only room for 5 to battle it out, but definitely a great crew behind them. But right now, we are back at it. We are back on the water, and Gabby representing for MSU coming down the line. I'm hoping that's going to be considered an out-of-course fall. There's a surface 180 right there, and Craig, unfortunately, taking the fall. We're going to find out if that's it, that's all, or if that was actually an out-of-course fall.
Let's take another look here right there. A lot of weight on that back foot, unable to butter it around there, so she goes down. But what kind of tricks are we looking at in the women's beginner division here?
Yeah, I think as we progress through this division, what you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of surface 180s, a lot of cuts, a lot of slashes at the wake. Again, here in the beginner divisions, the judges aren't necessarily looking for those super technical tricks. They're looking for the basics. They're looking for the fundamentals. They want to see strong, solid riding out there on the water. And I'll tell you what, we definitely got that out of pass number 1 from Gabby, and coming back into pass number 2, you saw her going for it. She wanted to add the surface 180 out there. Unfortunately, that handle getting a little bit high, a little bit too much weight on that back foot. She fell over, she went down, and luckily for her, she's going to be able to get some points up on the board for MSU, but it looks like we are going to be heading back down to the dock here.
Heading back to the dock with Caro. Caro, what do you got?
Hey guys, I'm standing here with Brianna from UCF. How are you feeling about this Florida weather?
I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm from Canberra, Australia, where the weather's not so great, so I've been loving it.
Oh, that's so cool. How long have you been living here for?
Since September last year, so about a year now.
Oh, and you've been practicing for this event hard with your teammates, I'm guessing?
As hard as I can, yeah.
How many events like this have you done before?
This is actually my first event, so I'm super excited to be here.
Your first wakeboard contest. How about that? That's awesome. How do you feel?
A little nervous, but really excited to be here and give it my absolute best.
That's so rad. Well, we can't wait to see what you do out there. You're 4th up, I think, so I'm going to let you go get ready.
All right, everybody. Oh, no, and as we come back in, Gabby going for that big wake jump there and just getting eaten up, Craig. Let's take a look at this instant replay. What happened?
A little bit too much weight on that front foot when she takes off, and nose goes in first. And you know what they say, if your nose goes in first, you're going to have a bad time.
Oh, yeah. Well, all good for her. I'm sure there's plenty of good times still ahead of them, but we're going to go ahead and give it up for those of you guys hanging out with us here on site. Make sure you give it up for that first rider today. Doing it for MSU. Get loud, get proud for Gabriella DiVergilio. Nicely done, and we are going to head back down dockside here in just a moment. 19 years young. Our next rider just started wakeboarding last season, doing it for the ASU, the defending champions, the Wake Devils themselves. Up next is Windsor Williams. And you can see them down there, down by the dockside area. What do you think's going through their heads down at the dock right now, Craig, as a competitor yourself for many years?
It's terrifying being one of the first people of an event. You know, you kind of show up, you don't know how you're really feeling, so it's tough to go first. But Gabby and Windsor doing a great job of trying to get into that headspace. We saw that weather graphic there. There could not be a better day for this Collegiate Cup.
Well, absolutely. You know, here down in Central Florida, we're definitely known for those super humid, those super hot days. But anybody who's down here this week has picked the perfect Florida week. We've been getting some chillier nights, some cool mornings. And again, you talk about the perfect conditions out here. Right now, we're at about 68 degrees or so in Central Florida. I'm guessing it's going to bump up to another 15 or so degrees today. Not much wind at the moment. They are calling for a little bit of wind a little bit later on in the day. We do have some good protection here at Lake David, but we'll have to continue to watch throughout the rest of the day.
There's a look at Gabby's score, our first rider in the women's division, women's beginner division, 30 points there. So looking to climb up from that. But remember, it's a team event. Everybody's got to do their part. If you win your division, that's 100 points for your team, and so on and so forth as it goes down. Good look at the Heyday H20.
Yeah, that's right.
The boat cam right there.
And since we've got a good look inside the boat, we can talk a little bit about the crew. At the helm, one of the style masters, a former West Coast rider, bring that West Coast style to the East Coast tech. That was Bob Sitchell at the helm of the H20, along with the judges Cody Honeycutt, Beck Gange, and Thomas Herman. I know Sam Langley's going to be behind the wheel a little bit later on. We can talk about those guys and their credentials throughout the rest of the program today, but right now let's get back at it on the water here in her second season ride on that wakeboard. This is Windsor Williams, again doing it for ASU. She's a wake devil. Let's go. Oh man, going for that double wake
coming
jump.
out the gate swinging, Dano, going full wake jump, first hit.
We'll take a look at this here on the instant replay, just burying that heel side edge as she takes the big cut in. Nice progressive edge up that wake, maybe slowing things down a little bit at the top there. Didn't quite make it over to that second wake, and that's what ended up taking her down.
Let's head down to Carol. Carol?
All right, Madison from Tennessee. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
I saw you standing over here, like checking the course out. Are you well prepared for your run?
Oh, yeah, I'm well prepared.
How much have you been practicing?
Quite a bit. I go once a week usually, not too much.
Does your teammates help you out with planning your run and everything?
Oh, yeah, they're a huge help.
That's awesome. I can't wait to watch you ride. You're up pretty soon, right?
Yeah, I'm going fourth.
Cool. Well, we'll see you out there. Back to you guys.
Madison in the zone right now. Few words because she's thinking about what she will do behind that H20.
Oh yeah, a lot of pressure on this morning. We are back here. It is the Heyday Collegiate Cup. It is powered by WakeU on the water. ASU's Windsor Williams getting back up. She has one fall under her belt, but hopefully that's just going to drive her to stand it up all the way through. There's that wake jump she was looking for, and Craig, notice how she landed just past that second wake. We call that into the flats there, into a butter slide 180. Now she is riding with that switch foot in front as she cuts back over. There's a switch wake to wake jump, landing switch, taking off switch. So great work right there. And the boat's going to turn around, bring her back through for pass number 2. Thoughts on that?
I don't think we talk about how technical that switch wake jump is, right? Your natural direction when you're doing a switch wake jump is to open up the shoulders, do that cab 180. Windsor says no. Says I'm in control and I'm doing a switch wake jump. So she's got a regular wake jump. She's got a switch wake jump. We know one of her favorite tricks is that heel side 180. Will she bring that out in the second pass, Dano?
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and find out, but you talked about those basic fundamentals these judges are looking for. Solidifying a regular and switch heel side jump, definitely going to impress them. And opening up on pass number 2, going wake to wake. That was the half cab 180. That puts her into that regular heel side position. She comes back. There's a style trick, another maneuver. That's the tail grab. That's going to get those judges smiling, and that is for sure. She cuts back in. Toe side, going toe side, wake to wake jump. I definitely like how she is composing this pass so far.
Feet taped to the pedals on this one. She says, I am not going down unless it's a backside 180, Dano.
Oh, yeah. Well, you talk about high risk, high reward. That backside 180 taking her in that unnatural direction. What a crash right there from our rider, Windsor Williams. But here on instant replay, just take a look at the switch 180 going half cab back to regular as she puts herself into position. This is a style trick. And like I said before, judges are definitely going to be into this. Take a look as she takes off that wake. She's going to let go with that backhand, grab that back edge, and just bone out that front leg.
That's the highlight for me. I'm going to be honest with you, Dano. That was the highlight for me, that tail grab. Showing control, showing style.
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about, right?
No doubt about that. Well, you take a look here as she cuts back in on the instant replay for this toe side wake jump. She just makes it over to the top knuckle, almost gets thrown off a little bit, but she's able to compose herself and get right back into it. And then it's right here on this backside 180, going for the high risk, high reward. She gets the pop, she gets the grab, she just doesn't quite get the rotation and landing. Hey, it was a great effort out there. Nonetheless, let's give it up for Windsor Williams.
I'm standing here with Gabriella from Michigan, who just rode her first ever wakeboard contest. Now she's done. How did it go? According to plan?
Not according to plan, but it's okay. It was the first run, so pretty nerve-wracking, but it was fine.
You still accomplished a huge goal of yours to compete in your first ever wakeboard event, so you should be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, totally. Very exciting, and it's just great to be in Florida, away from the cold weather.
How did you prepare for this event?
I didn't really have much advance or notice. I kind of found out 3 weeks ago I'd be coming, so I just went out and practiced as much as I could. But Michigan's freezing, so it's kind of hard to do that. But
so what I'm hearing is not much practice. You still went out there and killed it. Even though it didn't really go according to plan, you still rode in your first ever wakeboard event.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, we'll let you go and get warm. It's a little chilly out here still, so thank you so much. We'll see how you did compared to the other girls. Bye.
Thank you so much, Caro. Let's move on. Our third rider in this women's beginner division will be taking the water right away. There's a quick look at the schedule, though. Women's beginner starting this day off, followed by women's open. Dano.
All right, well, she came with one of the deepest crews out here, representing from Indiana University, 19 years young. She took third place in the Eagle Claw Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is KD Drummond on the water. Her second year competing here in the Heyday Collegiate Cup. Starting off her run with that heel side air, cutting back over into the wake, onto the toe side edge, and just getting thrown off just a little bit, taking a fall there.
That's only one, though. Remember, 2 falls, you're done. So Katie will have to shake it off, get back up, and maybe try that toe side air again. Fun fact, Dano, Katie's a published author.
That's right. She's already written a book, so.
What have I done with my life?
Trying to figure that out. Hey, let's go down to the dock with Carol real fast.
Windsor, how did it go?
It went pretty good. I was a little nervous. I kind of choked on the first hit, but I'm happy to get up after that and get through the rest of my run. Super happy to be here. I'm super excited.
What was the best part out there?
Honestly, this whole setup is amazing. You guys really did a great job. Just the environment and coming back and seeing my team out on the dock was probably the best part.
Were they cheering you on pretty hard?
Yeah, of course. ASU, you know.
That's what we like to hear. Yeah. What do you think your chances are in the team event?
Hopefully, I think we have a good team set up out here. We've been practicing a lot. We're definitely trying to be strategic. So I can see us doing pretty well, hopefully.
That's rad. Well, I'm going to let you get back and celebrate with your teammates. Thanks so much. Good luck. Bye.
Thanks so much, Caro. Windsor's score coming in there at a 65. So 65, the score to beat in the women's beginner division. But we're just getting started, Dano. We're just getting started.
Oh, yeah. Well, we got Katie Drummond out there. She is representing for Indiana University on the water. She is back up and at it. We saw her solidify a big hillside wake jump. A little bit of a shifty in there. She got thrown off course a little bit as she came back in for that toe side jump. An unfortunate fall, but sometimes that's what you need to really get your day started. And believe it or not, it's probably a little warmer in that water than it is outside here today.
Preach.
One of the rare times that happens here in Florida. There's a big wake jump, and every time you see the separation between the bottom of the board and the top of the lake out here at Lake David in Groveland, Florida, you can hear all of her teammates, the crew from Indiana University, getting loud, getting proud, and going absolutely wild. There you go. You see her getting some nice big air. Classic wake jumps right there from the third place finisher from earlier this season at the Eagle Claw Classic. That just sounds like a cool event.
I want to go to the Eagle Claw Classic. That sounds pretty fun. Katie also mentioned that she wants jumping the wake is her favorite trick. There you see her going to go over one wake. Doesn't really get to the other wake, so maybe on the second pass we'll see her take a little bit more speed, a little bit more English into this thing and get there.
Yep, well, it is the beginner division. Oh no. Coming back through. It looked like she was leaving it all out there on the lake. A lot of speed. Look at her just turn that edge towards that wake right there as she cuts all the way up, over, and in, and you see it, maybe letting her arms out just a little bit too much once she got in the air, kind of crushing the momentum of that wake jump. Hey, it is what it is, and that was a great effort, no doubt about it, for that young lady. 19 years young, Indiana University, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for K.D. Drummond. All right. Well, with that being said, with that being done, we are going to head back down to the dock. Caro is with another rider.
Sarah from Texas A&M. Sarah, how are you feeling? Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. It's on.
Feeling pretty good. It's a little chilly, but hopefully once I get in, I'll be warm.
Yeah, I think so. A little colder than Texas?
A little bit, yeah.
And unfortunately, you girls are riding first, so I think it's going to be good. Yeah, did you watch the other riders go just now?
I did. They were pretty good.
You feel pretty good about your run still?
I try not to think about it too much because then just get in my head, but yeah, we'll see.
Do you come here with a set plan of what you're going to do, or are you kind of just winging it as you go?
Definitely winging it. If I land the trick, then I go on to the next one.
That sounds rad. I like that. Just seeing how it goes. Well, good luck to you. We can't wait to watch you ride out there.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to be back down onto the water. A great view right there of the beautiful all-new Heyday H20 powered by Mercury Marine. Hey, a big shout-out to our engine partner, Mercury, here in the house. You can stop over at the Mercury booth and talk to factory representatives and find out the latest and greatest from those guys, along with our friends, the Marine Electronics partner here of Heyday, Simrad, Rockford Fosgate, Relion, Red Bull, Liquid Planet Marine. They are all in the house. Hey, I'm Dan Lamano. He's Craig McMorris, and we are getting back down to the water here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by WakeU. We are moving on to Tennessee, and our next rider, 19 years old, Madison Burge, is coming up next, Craig.
Well, we've seen, half the field thus far, and we kind of know where the bar is set right now. Madison with that score of 65 in that number one spot. Or, sorry, not Madison. Windsor, that was, with a score of 65 in that number one spot. Can Madison match that?
Well, we are going to find out. These guys have to strategically put these teams together. This is the beginner division, so some of that strategy might be holding some of your maneuvers back, as there is a glass ceiling in this division, so to say.
Absolutely.
All right, well, let's get back at it. Let's get down to the water. We have got our rider representing University of Tennessee out there, the 19-year-old. This is Madison Burge. She takes a heel side edge into the wake. Oh, no, and there is a fall for trick number one.
But doesn't go down quietly, Dano. Kind of knuckled that second wake, but still held on, still tried to fight through. I thought she was almost going to ride away for a second there. Let's have another look.
Yeah, take a look as she cuts in, man. Keeping her eyes on the prize all the way through. You take a look there. She was coming down. She kind of looked down at the water. She let that handle up a little bit, and that got her really far back on that heel side edge. She kind of power slided out of that one and unfortunately just could not hang on to the load of that line.
Absolutely. Let's head down to Caro. Caro, what's up?
Katie, that was kind of a rough start. Tell us what happened out there.
I felt like just because I haven't gotten as much practice as I'd like, and it's a bigger wake than I'm used to, it was just a little rough. Plus, I've never used this board before, so I was just kind of trying my best.
So a new board the first time in a contest? How did that happen?
Well, I'm actually using my friend's board, so.
Which board do you use back home?
Generally, I just use a Liquid Force board. I don't have my own board yet. I've always just used other people's boards, but it was still good.
I love that. I love that you're at a wakeboard contest and you don't even have your own board. That is super impressive. But then you came up, you had some redemption. How was the rest of your run?
I really wanted to land those jumps, but you can't win them all. I'm so happy I came out. It was a really fun time, and I'm just happy I got to compete.
That's so rad. Well, thank you so much for the interview. We'll go let you hang out with your teammate. All right. See you later.
Thanks.
All right, well, currently out there on the water, Madison Burge going wake to wake, getting some nice jumps in there, solidifying some points up on the board for Tennessee as they go into the back corner of Lake David. We're going to turn the Heyday H20 around, and we're going to bring her back through for pass number 2.
Dano, lots to like here. Madison fell on that wake jump as her first hit, right? That could be in your head. That could be playing. What does she do? She gets right back up, and she goes right back at it. So very impressive to get that wake jump dialed in that first pass.
Well, you got to keep in mind it's a new boat, it's a new wake, so for a lot of these riders, just kind of getting used to it. And when you hear that 20-foot size in a boat, you don't really expect what you're going to get out of this Heyday. They've done such a great job creating that perfect wake shape, launching these guys and gals. You see it right there, that solid wake-to-wake air from the heel side edge from Madison as she cuts back in, going toe side wake jump. Just a nice, consistent-looking wake out there, Craig.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Madison dialing in those fundies, the fundamentals.
That's right. When you see it, oh no. Well, going for that heel side air, that tail grab, and smile on her face, but we might be looking at crash of the day so far. All right. Well, we are back, and man, what a crash. Craig McMorris, we just saw Madison Burge go for that tail grab and talk a little bit about some of the devastation we saw out of that trick.
Well, I like how she was upping it, right? She went for that wake jump on the first pass and had it to add a little bit of spice to it, if you will, on that second. So the tail grab attempt was very, very good, but a violent fall nonetheless. So that's one way to wake up in the morning.
All right, well, we are rocking it out here, Groveland, Florida. That is right here on the legendary, the beautiful Lake David for the 2022 Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by WakeU. Of course, Heyday ambassador and pro ride athlete. I'm talking about Mike Dowdy. He's had this great event. Last year we did it in his own backyard, and they've definitely come back for this season and truly stepped it up, man. What a beautiful spectacle we've got going on so far.
Bigger and better. That's what you love to see. Heyday's mission. Let's get more people into water sports, and this is how you do it with these events right here. Everybody's having a blast, and I know that Brianna Murr is going to be having a blast.
That's right, and you talk about coming from a long ways away. You heard her with Caro just a few minutes ago, coming to us all the way from Canberra, Australia. So a young lady who's been down here at the University of Central Florida for a couple of years now, and loving the wakeboarding, loving the weather out here in Florida. We're going to get back to Brianna Muir in just a moment. Right now, let's go down to the dock with Caro Dupshaw.
I'm standing here with Lily from Mississippi. Lily, tell us about this clock you have here.
Oh, this is a cowbell. It's what we ring at Mississippi State.
And I see it has your name on it, so I'm guessing you're ready to roll.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, you're the next rider up here after Brianna, so I'm going to let you get ready. We'll talk to you after.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Good luck.
All right. 25 years old. Brianna Muir is on the water. Well, now she's in the water, but going out there and really going for it, representing for the University of Central Florida. And actually, just about 10 days ago, I was with Brianna and the rest of her team, UCF. We were down here at the Orlando Watersports Complex along with Red Bull for the Red Bull Rivals Collegiate Cable Wakeboard Contest. And Brianna was out there representing with the crew. And you always got to watch out for the UCF. They kind of have that hometown advantage down here.
Absolutely, the dark horse, if you will, of the Heyday Collegiate Cup 2022. If you're just joining us, we're here in Groveland, Florida. I'm Craig McMorris alongside the voice of wakeboarding, Dan O'Damana. We've seen a little bit of competition thus far. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we're in for something really special throughout the rest of the day. I mean, we've got some great divisions here, kicking it off with the women's beginners division. We're going to move into women's open following this, right into the men's beginner division, men's intermediate, and then men's open. So, I mean, we've got riders all the way up into that semi-pro style, and so really looking forward to watching some big stuff go down here today, Craig.
Well, speaking of pros, let's head down to the dock with our very own pro, Caro.
I'm standing here with Madison, who just rode. Madison, how was it?
It was really good. I had a lot of fun.
You just told me that you landed a new trick?
Yeah, I threw a heel side grab for the first time, so I landed that. It was pretty cool.
Were you planning to do that, or you just kind of got feeling?
Going into it, I was not, and then I just kind of went for it, and it worked.
That's awesome. Well, it looks like Brianna's back on the water, so let's cut back to you guys.
All right, and there you go. You get a great shot from inside of that Heyday H20 with Brianna Muir on the water right now. We do have some scores posted. Katie Drummond now with that score of 20, but Windsor Williams is still in that first place spot with 65 points. We are doing live scoring here, so judges keeping it moving and grooving. Unfortunately, we saw a second fall right here. We'll go back to instant replay, and Craig, maybe you can talk us through what just happened.
So it looked like Brianna was going for that butter 180, just keeping it board on the water, keeping that toe side edge up in a successful one, but unfortunately Brianna letting that toe side down and going down into Lake David here. So that will be her second fall and do it for Brianna and the University of Central Florida. They're going to have to lean on some of the other divisions here as we move on, because that Windsor Williams score of 65 is looking pretty tough to beat in that women's beginner division.
That's right, but it's not going to come down to just one rider out here. This is a full team event, and kind of remind us how these scores work here today, Craig.
So essentially what you want to do for your team is win the division. If you win the division, you win 100 points towards your team's overall score. So the best a team can do is 500. We're probably going to see scores in maybe the 300, 400 range. What are they all competing for, Dano? Great question. I just asked it to myself. $15K. Are you serious? A prize purse of $25,000 here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup.
Yeah, and that'll definitely go a long way for these collegiate clubs out here, no doubt. A lot of these guys and gals throughout the season, they've got to afford to pay for new boards, new equipment, new gear, gas, of course, cable park passes. For some of these riders, cable parks aren't too far away, so it gives them a great opportunity advantage to get out there and take well use of those as well. We're going to get back at it and onto the water, and it looks like Brianna had an out-of-course fall, luckily for her. And we're going to get her back on the water, bring her back through, and let her try to get a couple more points up. That surface 180, that's her favorite trick to do out there on the water, and my fingers are crossed. I'm hoping that we get to see her ride away from it, because that would be something special this morning.
That'd be incredibly special, because you have to remember this is Brianna's first competition ever. Absolutely wild stuff. Got to be a lot of nerves, but I find when you're competing, you can always, start riding and the nerves kind of go away. So hopefully those nerves are gone for Brianna and she can nail that surface 180 on her second pass here.
She can, she will, Craig.
There we go.
It's going to
Positive
happen.
thinking.
That's right. Positive energy this morning, my friend.
Manifest it.
That's right. All right, well, she is back on up and on the water, and once again getting that view right there, that driver's side view. Hey, what's up to Bob Sitchell? Driving that Heyday H20 you see inside the boat. Professional female rider, past two-time women's world wakeboard champion, Becca Gaines. She's in the boat along with one of the top up-and-coming riders, Thomas Herman, along with young rookie rider Cody Honeycutt, holding down the judging staff there. So a great group of judges, some amazing contest riders. But they're going to keep their eyes on the action as we continue to press on through the day. As you take a look at the schedule up there on the big screen, we are currently in the women's beginners division, followed up by women's open riders. We do need to make sure that Kendall, Alyssa, Hayden, Ricky, and Ellie are all down at the dock, ready to go. Our women's open division, we are going to be rolling right into that from this women's beginner division. Brianna Muir representing UCF. The Australian is, off the water, and it looks like she had a fall down at the beginning of pass number 2. And, Craig, that's going to do it for her.
That's going to do it for her. Bob Sitcher was not looking back. He saw she went down. He was coming straight back to pick up our next rider from Mississippi State. So, unfortunately, Brianna going down. But it's her first competition. You got to celebrate the fact that she's getting out there, and I think this won't be her last, Dano.
Absolutely. Well, you can tell she's a major enthusiast of the world of towed water sports, so great to have her out there with us. And, Craig, and you know this sometimes, just knocking that first contest out and shaking off those cobwebs, that sets you up for a really fun career in competitive wakeboarding.
Absolutely. The more you do it, the better you get. The more acquainted with competition, the better you perform. So looking to see Brianna in the future.
All right, well, hey, our next rider, we got to meet her just a little bit ago with Caro down on the webcast, but 21 years old, coming to us from Meridian, Mississippi, doing it for Mississippi State University. Now, in her first 2 years of college, she was a softball player. She hung it up. For what? For this, my friend.
Okay.
That's right. Getting ready to show us what she can do out there on the water is Lily Ramsey. I'm looking forward to seeing how her softball comes into play. Is there a way? Are we going to see any softball style? If she slides out of a trick, is she going to be able to stand it up?
I love that. I love that. Let's head down to the dock with Caro.
All right, I'm standing here with the A&M team. They're ready to cheer for their girl Sarah. What have you guys been doing to support her?
Taking as many sets as possible, trying to get as many practice runs in as we can, just to make sure that she does the best that she can do and we can secure a win today.
Do you guys feel like you have a strong team spirit?
Definitely, yeah. Aggie spirit is strong.
Oh, yeah. So, we're blanking here. Tell me a little bit about, how often you guys ride.
We take a few sets during the week, 4 or 5, and then maybe one national set a week, and just go out there, encourage each other, and try to progress on our riding.
Did you guys think it was going to be this cold when you came to Florida?
No. I was expecting, some nice heat, and then I checked the weather, and it was, 60s. I was like, dude, I was really hoping I could wear shorts. I got all pants on. It's just not as good at the time as I was hoping, but the setup is definitely helping.
Yeah, speaking about the setup, how about that H20? You ready to try it?
Yeah, definitely. Last year I was pleasantly surprised by the Heyday.
That's cool. Yeah, you guys are the first contest riders to actually compete on this wake. How does that feel?
It's exciting. I'm excited to see how it is, and it's a pleasure. Glad to be here.
Awesome. Well, thank you, guys. Looks like they're back up and running, so we'll come back to you guys.
Yes, and as we come back to us, we are watching Lily Ramsey out there. And you talk about high risk, you talk about high reward. Craig, you talk about going for the gusto. Holy smokes, what just happened?
Why not start your run with an exclamation point? That's Lily's thought process right there, unfortunately going down. But guess what? She still has another chance. So let's take a look at what took Lily down.
All right, well, take a look at this here. She goes to grab that handle, doing the backside butter slide 180, and you see her just continuing to keep that momentum going all the way around. She wanted the 360. She took that toe side edge. It could have been a lot worse, Craig.
It could have been a lot worse. She, remember that softball background. Maybe she used that technique to slide into the water as opposed to smack the water. There's a look at our final competitor in the women's beginner division, Sarah Flynn. So she will be up after Lily, who is currently in the water right now. But our leaderboard, William, still taking that top spot with 65 points. And our rider just before Lily here, Brianna Muir, coming in with 15. Dano.
All right, so things are definitely starting to shape up here, and some points already getting ready to be tallied up and put on the board for these riders here representing for their schools. Like we've talked about, we've got some of the best schools representing the world of wake sports from all around the U.S. nation. Currently on the water, we've got Mississippi State University. Let's take a look at it as she continues to rip rally down the line. Lily Ramsey, heel-side edge over and into that wake. There's a heel-side single wake jump, making it about 3/4 of the way across that wake, just before the knuckle of the wake on that H20 from Heyday Boats. So playing it safe, playing it smart, just doing what she can do to guarantee some solidified points up on the board. You see her absorbing a little bit of the air on that wake jump right there. You know, again, a lot of these riders coming into the event thinking, okay, this is a 20-foot boat. Chances are it's going to have a 20-foot boat sizable wake. I don't think so. That's not what the guys at Heyday designed this thing for.
If you came in thinking like that, you are going to be sourly disappointed because this thing is proper. There's lots of Heyday H20s in the water too. What's your favorite colorway thus far?
Yeah, actually, I like that red colorway right there. It's just something about it. It looks like it goes fast, you know?
I do. I like that. I like that red colorway. Lily going down though. That might have been an out of course fall though, Dano.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that one was a little bit of an out of course fall. You see her kind of getting caught up in some of those wakes, those double up style wakes. You're talking about the colorways of the Heyday boats, and they've got some really great colors available here on site. Taking a look, not only do we have some H20s in the water, we also have a handful of them here on site. Make sure if you guys haven't already gone to the Heyday website, you go there, you take a look at it. You get the opportunity to pick a main color, all the different accent gel colors, and of course the platform color. I'm really excited to personally get an opportunity to get out there on the boat. Now, yesterday I watched the launch. I was checking it out. I got to see what you guys were talking about. I'm really interested in that new that new swim platform,
the power platform. It seems like it should have been on the boat for so long because it's one button flips that platform up and is just great for storage. So that was one of my favorite features too. I absolutely love that, and I absolutely love this lake down. You talked about all the history here in water sports. Very, very lucky to be here today.
Well, that's right. And you go back through the annals of time in the world of towed water sports, and one of the all-time greats, her name was Liz Allen, and she ran her water ski school out here and through some of the biggest water ski events out here. The Benzel family, Tara Mikasic now, she grew up riding right here in Groveland, Florida. The likes of Trevor and Reed Hansen from right down the road, and we are continuing to keep that tradition alive out here this weekend and going for another big wake-to-wake jump. And Lily Ramsey taking that softball slide, fall straight down to the back here as we take another look at instant replay. She gets the wake jump, and she just gets on that heel side edge a little bit too deep. And Craig, you noticed her hands started lifting up right there, and unfortunately that drove that wakeboard way into the backside of the boat and took her down. We'll see if she gets the pickup, but believe unless she suffered an out-of-course fall, that's going to do it for Lily Ramsey. We're going to leave it up to the boat driver and the judges inside the boat, though. Well, and the folks are starting to make their way down all around Lake David Park here in Groveland, Florida. We are keeping it going. Daniel Lamano, Craig McMorris. It is the Heyday Collegiate Cup, of course, powered by WakeU. We've got some great friends here with us, of course, all the amazing sponsors. The local boat dealer, Liquid Planet Marine. If you guys are from anywhere in the Central Florida area, have a look at Liquid Planet Marine and see what you can do with those guys to get yourself on the water, a demo, or into a all-new Heyday. Hey, right now, let's get down to the dock. Caro has got another rider. Let's find out what's up.
All right, I'm standing here with Brianna. You're from Australia. Now you're in Florida repping UCF. Tell us what that's like.
It's pretty awesome. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to get to try and learn wakeboarding. I didn't actually do it back in Australia, so it's been something I've just started this year.
So did you start riding with the team then?
Yeah, they were really kind, really opening, really friendly when I wanted to try something new. So it's been really fun to learn.
That's so cool. And you said this is like your first, not only your first contest, but one of the first times you've been riding boat. You usually ride cable?
Yeah, so I've been doing cable regularly since about February. I only started on boat about a month ago. So still pretty new.
That is so cool. And now you're competing. How was your run?
I think I'm really proud of how I did, just because I don't have as much experience as some of the others, but I'm really happy with how I did.
That is so good. Well, we're stoked for you, and we hope you do really good with the results, with the points. Have you gotten any points yet?
I'm not sure, so probably not.
Well, we'll let you go and check that out, and we'll watch. I think it's the last rider of the division who's about to ride, so good luck.
Thank you.
That was a third member of our team, Caro. Thanks for that. Let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. Currently in first place, it's Windsor Williams from ASU with 65 points. Lily Ramsey, our last rider, out of Mississippi with 17.50 points. And we're moving on to our final rider of the women's beginner division.
That is right, coming to us from the Southwest U.S., doing it out of Texas A&M, originally from H-Town. I'm talking about Houston, Texas, 20 years young, top seed here in this division. Sarah Flynn is getting ready to rally behind that beautiful red Heyday H20. You can see them tightening up that line, and in just a moment the throttles will go down and our rider will be up on the water. She's going to cap things off for the women's beginner division here. We've seen some great riding already this morning out of this division. Not an easy time to hit the water. No, it's, getting that cold start, Craig.
Just being the first one up is always a little bit difficult, but this women's beginner division has showed up and showed out. Here's Sarah Flynn, our seventh and final rider, of the women's beginner division.
All right, here we go. Taking that toe side edge way outside the wake. She is going to eye it back up as she cuts in on the heels. Sarah Flynn, big cut, wake to wake air, massive pop on that one, and a little tail heavy on that landing. But how about that wake jump, Craig? That was massive.
Biggest air we've seen today. Sarah Flynn, you went to the moon.
Absolutely. And, these judges, you talk about the fundamentals that these judges are looking for. One other thing you got to keep in mind is the amplitude. Judges love amplitude, and by amplitude, I'm talking about air. I'm talking about big air. You see her clearing that second wake right there, coming down a little heavy onto the tail, just kind of miscalculating that landing a little bit.
Absolutely, but I do not want to see her take any MPH off that cut in. I like her going for it. That top score of 65 is going to be tough to beat. How do you beat it? Go bigger. Do better tricks. It's just science.
Well, and that's that. At the end of the day, when you go home, at least you can say, hey, I went for it and I left it all on the water. I came here for one reason, and that was to shine. That was to show these judges and the rest of my competitors and peers what I can do out there on the water. And Sarah just going for it right there out of the gates, blasting off, taking that fall, y'all. But, hey, Craig, you know it. Sometimes that one fall, you just need to get that underneath your belt to really drive you into that next mode.
Absolutely. Let's see how Sarah Flynn responds.
All right, and just like that. And keep your eyes on that wake there of the Heyday H20 and take a look at it. And as quick as that boat gets up and onto plane, that wake already shaped out. Characteristics of a much bigger boat out there. but packed into that beautiful 20-foot package. Unfortunately, going for another jump right there. She ends up taking the fall, y'all. She goes down. We'll go back to instant replay, see exactly what happened right there. It looked like she was going for a bit of a shifty air, trying to add a little bit of style, make that wake jump just that much more unique, give the judges something to work with. Hey, it's an unfortunate fall right there, but we'll give it up for her nonetheless. From Texas A&M, Sarah Flynn, and all together in this women's beginner division, Sarah Flynn, Lily Ramsey, Brianna Muir, Madison Burge, Katie Drummond, Windsor Williams, and Gabby DeVergilio.
Let's head down to Caro, the third member of our team. She's at the dock.
All right, Lily, how was it out there?
It was great. I just came to have a good time, get some riding in, and I'm so happy I got to be here. We got invited.
Did it go according to plan?
Honestly, I didn't really have a plan. I was just kind of like, I'm going to wing it and see what happens.
How did you like the wake?
Oh, it was great. I've never ridden behind anything that has a wake like that, so it was a really cool opportunity.
That's awesome. Did you hear your cowbell when you were out riding?
No, I didn't actually, but I'm sure my teammates rung it loud. And what about you? Can we get you to ring it?
Oh, I'll ring it for you. Here we go. That is so loud. I love it. All right. Well, I think we're about to start the next division in women's, and I'm excited to see all your results. So thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Caro. Appreciate that. That is the women's beginner division, all said and done. I'm just guessing, but I think Windsor Williams took it with a score of 65. Before we move on to that women's open category, we have that Collegiate Cup video. There it is, as I mentioned, Windsor Williams in that number one spot for ASU with 65 big points, earning her team 100 big ones to that overall score. But we've got lots more action, Dano. Let's get a look at this little collegiate hype video, though.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. We are here downtown Groveland, Florida, beautiful Lake David. I'm Dan Lamano alongside Craig McMorris. It's the Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU, and we have just finished our women's beginner wakeboard division. As you take a look down at the lake, we're going to take a look at our women's open running order. From MSU, it's going to be Kendall Baugh off the dock first, followed up by longtime collegiate ASU team member Alyssa Williams. From there, we're going to move to Indiana, Hayden Rosenbaum. After that, it's going to be UCF's Ricky Tarr. And the final rider of the division for Texas A&M, another top rider, Ellie Patrick. Before we get down to the water, we've got some cool stuff coming to us from ASU. Let's check out their team vid. All right. Well, we are back. ASU, over the past decade, they have become one of the most recognizable team in collegiate wake sports. They have been pushing it so hard on the competitive side of things, but you also talk about gaining exposure for the sport and getting participation. ASU has had one of the most well participated on teams in collegiate wake sports. They continue to grow that team. They continue to push the sport, and that's a beautiful thing. You got to have a lot of appreciation for that.
That's got to lead. That ultimately leads to success, right? That's how you have your team be at the number one spot so many times in a row. You just got to have the bodies there, get them in the boat, and get people introduced to water sports. I mean, that's what Heyday's mission is, really.
Absolutely. Well, you really got to give it up again for the crew from ASU, the continuing not only to build their team, but to help grow the sport of wakeboarding in general. Right now, we're going to go down to the dock. Carol Yupshaw's got another athlete. Let's check it out.
All right, I'm standing here with Alyssa from the Wake Devils. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little nervous, but I'm ready and I'm excited for my team as well.
You just told me this is not your first contest, but your first interview. So have you been to many events like this before?
Yeah, I went to this event last year with my team and then just the other collegiate teams, competitions, yeah.
How is this event compared to the regular collegiate events?
There's definitely a lot more pressure with the cash prize, and also we'd do a three-peat if we won, so it's a lot of pressure.
I'm sure you're going to do great. What's your favorite trick that you're going to throw out there?
Probably a roast beef grab.
Oh, yeah, that is rad. That's a pretty, strange grab. How come that's your favorite trick?
I don't know. I just feel like that's my most styly, and I usually go big on those.
Oh, yeah. Are you excited to ride the Heyday Wake?
I am. In the new boat, I'm really excited. Yeah.
Have you ever seen it before in person?
I rode the Heyday last year, but not this boat, obviously.
Yeah, because you guys are, as you know, the first ones to ever compete on this wake. How does that make you feel?
I'm pretty excited. It's cool to be the first ones to ride that.
And yeah, I think you're second up in the women's open division. How long have you been competing in open?
The last 3 years. Yeah.
So you're pretty much a veteran now. Cool. Well, we're going to go let you get ready. Thanks so much and good luck out there.
All right, well, very, very humble down there, Alyssa Williams. You know, you talk about the crew from the World Wake Association, the sanctioning body of all major wake sports events throughout the industry. Alyssa there, not only a part of the two-time defending champion ASU Wake Devils, she's also a WWA wakeboard regional champion in her own rights, a national champion in her own rights as well. So we'll see. Definitely she's not known for holding back, but the kind of girl that's going to let her riding do the talking. So excited to watch Alyssa Williams along with the rest of the ladies battling it out, as you can see right there down on its site. The collegiate athletes are tweeting it out. They are Facebooking it out. They are Instagramming it out. They are letting the folks know that we are live. We are in action. You can check us out all throughout the World Wide Web. Of course, in the Heyday YouTube channel, live webcast coming your way all day long. So for those of you folks watching us from around the nation, around the world, hey, go to the top of your computer screen, copy and paste that link in your Facebook page, on your Twitter, on your Instagram, and let everybody know what we've got going on. We are wakeboarding. We are live. We are in action. It is hot, and it is just heating up here in Central Florida, Groveland, Lake David, and the Heyday Collegiate Cup. Craig?
We're kicking off the women's open division. Here is Kendall Baugh of Michigan State, 20 years young. Left foot forward, her natural way of riding, so she's edging out on that toe side there, Dano. And she's going to pick up some MPH into this beautiful H20, brand new boat, brand new wake.
All right, well, going straight for it, and there you go. This is the open women's division here. So these young ladies are going to be in that just below or possibly in that semi-pro style status. There was a heel side wake to wake jump. You saw her just blast across that wake into a nice, smooth, perfect landing. Now cutting back across that wake, electing to cut in again on the toe side. That time getting that board back behind her a little bit. It looked like she was swiping for a little bit of a grab, Craig.
The fingers were looking to touch some lumber there. I don't know if she really got a good purchase on it, but hey, it's the effort that counts. 2 solid wake jumps from Kendall there on that first pass. Anxiously awaiting the second.
Absolutely. Well, once again, giving those judges a little bit of something to work with here. She's going to be setting the tone, setting the bar here in this open women's division. 6 ladies battling it out all together behind that all new, that just released Heyday at age 20. Absolutely looking perfect. And, so far so good. We've seen some great performances from the riders. This is its competition debut. And what better of an event to debut this beauty than right here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup. Check this out as we start off pass number 2. She got a piece of that grab that time, Craig.
Absolutely. Can confirm. That is a can confirm. There was a grab there. The only thing that I could really take away from Kendall's run is that crossing of the toe edge, opting for only heel side wake jumps, but she's got those heel side wake jumps locked in.
It will absolutely, and maybe that goes back to experience on the water there. She could probably play around a little bit more with that toe side jump, but she wanted to guarantee herself an opportunity to throw that last trick right there. That was a heel side back roll, and unfortunately not getting the takeoff that she wanted. You saw her trying to really swing that thing around with a lot of speed, but let's take a look at what actually went down. You see it right there. As she comes in, taking that backhand off that handle, grabbing the back edge of her board. That's the stalefish grab. That's a style trick, and no doubt that the judges are going to take notice on that one. Of course, style, one of the most important aspects in competitive wakeboarding, that's for sure. But she went down for a little bit of a boot adjustment, and hopefully that didn't play into anything but what happened next. But walk us through this, Craig.
So, I didn't see this coming. I'm going to be honest with you, Dano. Attempting the back roll right here, and as you said, just didn't get the takeoff. So taking off a little bit early, and when you take off a little bit early on a wake of this size, you just don't get the pop. You don't go up. So great attempt, but unable to put it down. Let's now head down to the third member of our team. Carol, what's up?
All right, I'm standing here with Hayden, who just told me this is her first ever wakeboard contest also, and she's riding open. Tell us about that.
So I am just competing in open kind of for fun and just to help my team out. So I'm super excited to be here today. And my team is very hyped for me to go.
We love to hear that. Yeah, taking one for the team, making sure you get the points, trying to get some of that prize money maybe?
Maybe. We'd really love to win and get a new boat. Hopefully that's like our goal. So we'll see what happens.
That's awesome. And I also saw that you lent your board to your teammate before. Like, so far, this is the most team spirit I think we've seen in the event.
Oh, yeah. Our team is very, one big family. So we always, lend each other our boards and cheer each other on. It's super fun.
I love to hear it. Yeah, I know your team's excited to watch you ride, and I am too. So good luck out there. Have fun. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, Carol. We appreciate it. And, Craig, that's one of the things I love about watching the collegiate wakeboard action is a bit of the looseness out here. You just heard her talking about it, sharing the board, and you see it. Some of these teams, they're sharing a board, and that's what the collegiate style stuff is all about. But it's so funny. You look into a little bit deeper into the industry, and, you almost never find a pro rider using somebody else's board unless they absolutely have to. Hey, on the water for the ASU Wake Devils, this is Alyssa Williams. She's a WWA Wakeboard Regional and National Champion. She's competed on the biggest stages of them all. She comes to us from Henderson, Nevada. Of course, now longtime member of the ASU Wake Devils. There's the first inverted maneuver of the day. That's the heel side back roll. You notice how clean she rode away from that back end with that toe side. Wake to wake 180. She grew up riding under the tutelage of one of the top riders from the Northeast, a guy by the name of Jimmy Trask. Jimmy now lives and trains out on the West Coast in California, helping Alyssa out. You see her rocking that Conley wakeboard setup.
Now, Alyssa was chatting with the third member of our team, Caro, down at the dock. She said her favorite grab is a roast beef, executed perfectly right there. So that was one heck of a first pass from Alyssa here. Great toe side wake jump, so going back and forth on the wake. We talked about it in the women's beginner division, but if you want to go big, if you want to be good, you got to have the fundies, the fundamentals, and Alyssa demonstrating them right there.
Well, giving us a little bit of everything, and the judges are going to be excited about that. You saw the grabs. You seen the grab right there. That time going with that arm through the legs onto the back edge of the board, that roast beef grab that she's talking about. We've seen her solidify some grabs. We've seen her solidify big air 180 maneuvers just like that, and we've also seen the invert. So once again, Alyssa right now solidifying that so far today she is putting down the top ride.
Alyssa's not messing around today.
Nope, and there it is.
She's here for blood.
Yeah, well, there it was. That I was going to say the only thing that maybe she could have added onto that run to add a little bit more for those judges was that spin, that 360. She went for it right there. She just about rode it away. And from where we're sitting right here, I can't tell if it was before or after the 3/4 marker. So we'll find out if she gets a pickup and another opportunity at it. But of course, coming back from instant replay, you saw her taking that backhand, going through the legs and grabbing roast beef on the back edge of that board. Super technical grab, and our judges in the boat, they definitely take notice.
They're absolutely going to love that. Now, folks, if you're new to wakeboarding and new to wakeboarding competitions, you could have seen Alyssa go down there and think that's only her first fall. There is a 3/4 buoy that you mentioned there, Dano. If you fall in and around that, the boat is unable to get up to speed for the rest of your second pass, meaning that you are finished. So you can have 2 falls as long as you fall before that 3/4 buoy. That 360 that Alyssa attempted just after that 3/4 buoy, so she will not get another ride. But as you mentioned, probably our best run of the day.
Yep, and so close on that 360. And one more thing I do want to touch on with that 3/4 buoy. You're talking about the boat getting back up on a speed. What's so cool about that H20 from Heyday is, if you notice, this site compared to most contest sites, they actually moved that 3/4 buoy closer to the dock, giving those riders a little bit more time out here. That H20 gets up on the plane and shapes out a lot quicker than almost any other boat out there, especially putting out that competition, that 23-foot size boat wake behind that 20-foot boat. So it gets right up on the plane a lot quicker, and definitely gives those riders that extra trick in their run on that second pass.
Not really even a 3/4 buoy. It's more of a 4/5 buoy at this point with the H20, right?
Yep.
Let's take a look at the score from Alyssa Williams. 85 points. That is an absolute monster of a score from the rider from ASU. What a run, Dano.
Absolutely. Well, we are getting right back down and onto the dock, as you can see, from Indiana University, the 19-year-old representing out of Crown Point, Indiana, ready to ride. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up, making her collegiate wakeboard Heyday Cup debut. This is Hayden Rosenbaum. All right, and she is a regular foot forward rider, so we're going to get her up and at it and out there in just a moment. There you go. You see them getting that line tightened up, and in just a moment, I'm guessing these judges are probably still tabulating some score of some sort or whatever, but here we go. Here she is. She's on the water once again. This is Hayden Rosenbaum. And I love it, getting some of those specs from that Heyday H20 up on the screen there. So for all the folks watching live through webcast, getting the opportunity to see what this boat is all about. Now, Craig, I know we're going to be talking all about it all throughout the day. I'm a little bit jealous of you. I was watching some of the videos. I know you got out here to Central Florida a few days ago, and you've had multiple opportunities, not just get in the Heyday H20, but get behind it and utilize it for multiple different disciplines. Oh no, coming up and going right for it and getting ejected from the boots. Hayden Rosenbaum, take a look at this. She cuts into the wake. She jumps it. She lands that, and you see the nose of it taking a little bit of water over the top of it, and she cuts out, kind of throwing her off kilter just a little bit. She ends up going down. That's a fall. Hey, let's get down to Karo Yupsha down at the dock with another rider.
CF, Ricky absolutely kills it on the cable. How do you feel like your cable riding transits into boat riding?
It's totally different. I have to like rewire my brain every time I go to red boat. So,
Would you say cable is harder or easier?
I came from boat, so it's like getting used to it was weird, but once I got cable down, I thought it was easier.
What about contests? I know you're a very experienced cable competitor, but you've done 3 boat events so far. How does that differ?
Yeah, this is my 3rd boat event, and I'm pretty nervous for it. You know, I don't cable, I'm pretty calm, but now I'm like, woo.
You're ready. Well, I guess you're next, so we're going to let you go get ready. Good luck out there, girl. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, Ricky Tarr hanging out down dockside with Kara Upshaw. Ricky, of course, is one to watch out for. Craig, if you haven't seen what Ricky is doing on the cable, man, oh man, you are missing out. That girl crushes it. She also had a great performance along with the rest of the UCF team just a couple of weeks ago at the Red Bull Rivals event, that collegiate wake park competition put on by Gunther Oka. It was great to watch, but I'm really excited to see what she's going to put down behind the boat. Currently right now we've got Hayden Rosenbaum doing it for Indiana, and they bringing that line around. We're going to get her back up straight out of the gates there, taking a little bit of a crash off that wake jump.
Absolutely fell on that one wake jump, and what was unfortunate, came right out of the boots. She lost her wakeboard, so had to reapply that and get up for her rest of her run. Now remember, that first fall will go against you. It's 2 falls, then you're done. So she's still got a lot of room to work with here.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to get her back on up. And then for any of you folks watching us live through webcast or hanging out here with us on site at Lake David, hey, if you're taking a look at that Heyday H20 out there and you're like, oh boy, I'd like to get out there and get a little demo ride and an opportunity to get behind or in that boat myself, hey, check it out. The crew over at Liquid Planet Marine, they are our local dealer partner. They are in the house, or you can look them up online. They'll get you guys squared away and taken care of. But if you want to get behind one of those H20s from a Heyday, you need to make sure you get with a great Heyday dealer. And in addition to having the opportunity to do that here in Central Florida, I know Heyday is going to be heading around the U.S. with a special tour. We can talk a little bit about that a little bit later on throughout the day as well. Craig, excited to find out more about what's going on with that.
I'm excited to find out more as well, and I'm also excited to see the rest of Hayden Rosenbaum's run out of Indiana, finishing that first pass, obviously that fall on that one wake jump, so she's going to have to lay it all on the line here for pass number 2. Dana, you mentioned regular footed rider. That means that left foot is forward. If her right foot was forward, we'd call it goofy footed rider. So will she switch up her stance in this second of 2 passes?
All right, doing it out of Crown Point, Indiana. For Indiana University, Hayden Rosenbaum, 19 years young, played volleyball for 6 years and kind of hung that up, and now focusing a little bit more on competitive collegiate wakeboard action. Sounds a little bit more fun to me, a little bit more loose. There's a heel side jump. Oh no! Getting onto that nose of her board, almost wheeling over the front and going down. You'll take a look here on the instant replay. There she gets the single wake jump, and again, just wasn't quite ready for that land and taking the fall. And unfortunately for Hayden Rosenbaum and Indiana University, that's going to do it. But right now, we are going to go back down to the dock with Caro.
All right, I'm standing here with Ellie from Texas A&M. Ellie is probably one of the most experienced competitors out here. She used to ride the Junior Pro Tour, but this is her first ever collegiate event. How does that feel?
It's exciting. It's different. I'm excited.
That's so cool. Yeah, you told me just now that you took last year off to get a little rest. And yeah, how did that happen?
I think just wanted a break to focus on wakeboarding and wakeboarding with my family and not just competing. And it was good. It was the right decision.
And how do you feel about wakeboarding now?
Super excited.
Yeah, you just told me that this is the most excited you've ever been about wakeboarding. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. It's a different experience.
That is so cool. And do you think that has anything to do with riding with your team?
Yeah, it's fun having people cheer you on and different group for sure.
That's so cool. And what do you think the pressure is like? Does it differ a little bit from the pro comps compared to this comp, or is it about the same?
It's definitely a little less. It's not as scary, I think.
but there's more prize money up for grabs in this one.
Yes, there is, which is exciting.
It's pretty crazy that there's more prize money in this contest than on the Junior Pro Tour. So we're super excited. Good luck to you out there. I personally can't wait to watch you ride. Bye.
Thanks so much, Caro. Appreciate that. You guys talking prize money, a purse of $25,000 will be given out today. Let's take a look at our current leaderboard for the Women's Open Division. And Elisa Williams with 85 points, doing it for ASU. That is going to be tough to beat, but if somebody can beat it, it may be our next rider, Dano.
Absolutely. Well, looking forward to watching what she brings to the table. And this young lady originally comes to us from Northeast Ohio State. She now lives here in Central Florida and representing for Team UCF. Most currently taking a big W out at the Red Bull Rivals Collegiate Wake Park competition just 2 weeks ago here in Orlando, Florida. Coming up next, this is Ricky Tarr. And Ricky Tarr, she's an exciting rider to watch for you. Heard in her interview a little bit ago, she grew up as a boat rider. She moved down here to Central Florida, had the opportunity to start riding out at OWC, the Orlando Watersports Complex. And, man, her skills on the cable have really risen a ton as of late. And she has definitely put herself on the map and one of the cable wake park riders to watch out for these days with big tricks like that, starting things off, going nose grab wake to wake.
We saw Ricky have a conversation with Caro down in the dock, and you mentioned that cable prowess, spending so much time on the cable, saying that she almost has to rewire her brain for this boat contest, and I think she's done it correctly because the start of this first pass is on point. There's a look at a tantrum, her favorite trick. That was incredible. I didn't think she was going to do it, then she did.
No, really mixing it up right there with the grab, the 180 into the tantrum. They're going back at it, that time doing a toe side wake to wake indie grab, grabbing that front edge of the board with her backhand. As we come back to instant replay, you take a look here, Ricky Tarr just boosts off the wake and goes heel side wake to wake indie. Classic maneuver right there, but it's going to put her into position to take that cut out, turn her board into that switch stance position, come back through and go for that half cab 180. Take a look though right here as she sets it up for that switch approach into the wake. She's going to take that nice progressive edge all the way up over into the wake. She's going to pop that 180. She's going to get the grab. And, of course, coming back through, she got the tantrum, that toe side indie grab. She starts off pass number 2, again with that tantrum, that time taking it up a little bit higher up and into the air and following it up again with that toe side wake to wake indie grab. Now, I had a chance to chat it up with Ricky Tarr a little bit earlier today. Believe it or not, this young lady grew up actually water skiing a little bit before she got into wakeboarding. She did a little amateur ski show action when she was a kid, and that hits close to my heart as that's what I did growing up as well. That time right there, it looked like she was going for some sort of possibly boned out indie or mute grab of some sort, and unfortunately taking her down, giving her a chance to catch her breath there at the end of the pass. Unfortunately, I believe she went down just at that 3/4 mark. So that's going to do it. But, hey, I'll tell you what, another great run. That's going to be pretty close up there to Alyssa Williams and her big scoring point run from earlier in this program.
Absolutely. Alyssa Williams from ASU with a score of 85 points, currently in that top spot. I think Ricky here will definitely rival it. I love that approach of, hey, I did my tantrum in the first pass. Wasn't great, I'm going to be honest with you. It was a little bit low. Then comes back on the second pass and just goes yard on that same trick, showing the judges, yeah, I can do it, and I can do it infinitely better than I did it on the first pass.
All right, well, a great instant replay. Big shout out to our friends from the Water Ski Broadcasting Company behind the scenes here in today's live webcast, and they're doing a fantastic job on that. If you guys are just joining us, welcome out to the Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by WakeU. I'm Dano the Mano alongside Craig McMorris. We have got the top collegiate wake sports athletes from all around the U.S. battling it out here on the waters of Lake David in Groveland, Florida, literally 35 minutes from the city center of Orlando, Florida, otherwise known as the Mecca of all wake sports action.
Now, Dana, what I love about this event so very much is it's a team event. Wakeboarding usually is a very solo sport. It's a team right here. So you can see at the bottom of your screen, 7 universities are competing. After one discipline thus far, ASU is out ahead with 100 points, and they're looking poised to add to that as Alyssa Williams in this women's open division sitting with 85 in that current top spot.
All right, well, let's get right down to the water. Let's get down to our next rider. She comes to us from Granbury, Texas, originally from Bend, Oregon. She is a WWA Wakeboard Regional Champion. She is a top 3 podium finisher out of the WWA Wakeboard Nationals and Wakeboard World Championships. This is Ellie Patrick on the water. 18 years young. I've been watching this young lady ride for the last half a decade. You heard in her interview moments ago with Caro, she took last season off. This is a rider who goes for the gusto. You like amplitude, you like style, well, she's going to bring it all to the table. Let's take a look here as she starts off her run with that perfectly executed, that stalefish grab, taking that backhand, grabbing the back edge of her board. Now into the switch stance position, going switch heel side, front side, 180. Perfect execution, solid landing on that maneuver. Right back in on the heels. Upside down, there's the heel side back roll. Going into that butter slide, but knowing exactly where she was at the
Never
entire
give
time.
up. Never give up.
Can't give up, won't give up. Let's see if she's got one more for us. Toe side wake jump. Feeling out the wake on that H20. She's got that toe side front roll that she's going to want to add into her run. Ellie Patrick, top seed here in this division, and you can see the power and the poise behind all of those tricks. A perfectly executed stalefish grab. But take a look. You know, she turns that board around. She gets the 180. She's got the roll in there. And another great run. It all comes down to what she's going to do in pass number 2. Can she, will she rival ASU's Alyssa Williams, 85-point score? And, of course, as we wait for Ricky Tarr's score to come through, I believe we just saw a score of an 80 from Ricky Tarr. Take a look. We're back underway past number 2. From this young lady, Ellie Patrick, starting off with a big style trick, going a couple of style tricks, matching them up, mixing it up.
She's mixing and matching. You can also see the graphic there. It was saying Riley Simpson there, but Riley unfortunately had to drop out, so this will be the last competitor of our women's open division. This is Ellie Patrick, and Ellie Patrick is putting on a clinic, Dano, with the front roll, as you mentioned, but I spoke too soon.
Oh, yeah, going for that front roll right there. And front roll's one of those really tricky maneuvers, as you almost have to over-rotate that trick to execute the landing on it. If you undercook it even by a little bit, you're going to land on your heels. You're going to load that line up way too much, and it's just going to pop right out of your fingertips, which is what we've seen out of Ellie right there. Here in pass number 2, you see mixing it back up with the airs, with the grabs, with the 180s. She puts herself back into position. She definitely wants to get that toe side front roll. Let's see if we can run it all the way through here and see exactly what happened on that front roll, because up until that landing, everything looked perfect. As she eyes it up, she takes that front side approach over and into the wake, and you see it right there, just slightly, literally an eighth of a second too short on that takeoff, Craig, and that's what happens. That's one of those tricks. You really, really got to get up and over those toes if you want to ride it away.
Absolutely. I think Ellie puts that front roll down. She is in contention with that number 1 spot, as you mentioned, held by Alyssa Williams of ASU with 85 points. And in our overall team competition, ASU is in that number 1 spot with 100 points. They're going to be tough to beat coming out of there, possibly winning, I shouldn't speak too soon, the first 2 women's divisions.
All right, well, we're going to leave that all up to the judges here in just a moment, but that's going to do it for the women's open division. He's Craig McMorris. I'm Dan Lamano. Hey, check out this video segment, and we will be back.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
All right, everybody, and we are back. Welcome to the Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by WakeU. I'm Dan Lamano, along with Craig McMorris. Craig, we have got some standings up on the board. It says women's beginner, but that's the women's open division. Walk us through it.
Extremely hotly contested women's open division. Alyssa Williams of ASU taking that number one spot, however, with 85 points. But Ellie Patrick and Ricky Tarr were on her heels. It really could have been anyone's game out there. Ellie Patrick landing that front roll, I think would have been an absolute game changer. And Ricky Tarr, unfortunately, just going down right at the end of her run, kind of got a little sucked into the wake there and unable to perform that last trick. So it could have been very, very different if those two riders were able to put it down. But I digress. We move on. Men's beginner division, Dano.
That's right. Well, it's going to be Charles Epink off the dock first for MSU, followed up by Veji Melanishki from ASU, Alfredo Perez from Indiana, Spencer Cahoon out of Tennessee, from Texas A&M. It's going to be Brett Redmond, Tyler Carson doing it for UCF, and for Mississippi State, we've got Brooks Hull. So a great lineup of riders coming up in the beginners division. Following the beginners division, we'll go into intermediate wakeboard, and we will cap it off with the main event today, which will be the men's open wakeboard division. We're going to get back at it and onto the water here in just a moment. But first things first, let's take a look at some action from our friends from Indiana. All right, Craig. Well, excited to be watching that brand new H20 from Heyday Boats out there on the water. Holds 2,400 pounds of ballast, a capacity of 14 people. Of course, that base engine, 320 horsepower, 6.2 liters from our friends at Mercury Marine. So all the power you need to do what you need to do to enjoy your time out and on the water. But right now, we've got Charles Epink kicking it off here for MSU in this men's beginner division. That was a great looking hillside wake jump, going nose grab to front side 180 from Charles Epink. Charles going to get right back in on the toe side edge. Front side wake to wake 180, puts him into that switch stance position, bringing it back to regular. Goofy foot in front as he cuts back over, that time going with a little slob 180. Grabbing that front edge of his board, somewhere between the nose and between that front boot, and then back to regular, going toe side, wake to wake 180. A very well composed run right here, and stand up pass from Charles Epink.
I see clinical, honestly. He just went to work right there. Started off with that nose grab, frontside 180, as you mentioned. And what you have to remember, folks, nobody's ridden behind this boat. This is all the very first time any of these athletes have ever ridden behind the Heyday H20. Why? It was released yesterday. So all these athletes are getting to ride behind this beautiful boat, and it almost looked like Charles wasn't going to skip a beat.
Absolutely. Well, you're watching it right here on that instant replay. And again, like you mentioned, just putting on a clinic there in pass number one, starting off pass number two, going nose grab minus the 180, but really styling out that time, going to switch wake to wake 180 with that nose grab. So really not repeating any tricks here in this second pass so far. We'll see if he continues to rock it right now. Losing a little bit of momentum right there as he just cuts toe side back across, kind of skipping to get himself back into position for his more comfortable edge. That's off the heels. That heel side, there's a nose grab. Nice shifty there at the end. So taking a classic trick, Craig, and really making it unique and his own.
Absolutely, and that could be our first full pull. No falls from Charles. Kept it base down on the water, if you will. I'm going to go ahead and just go out on a limb here, Dano, and say his favorite grab is a nose grab. I don't know. Call me wild.
Well, absolutely. He makes it look way too easy. I'll tell you that much. So getting that opportunity to watch this instant replay go down right here, and again, regular and switch maneuvers, 180s, getting the grabs on just about each and every one of those maneuvers. So taking the basic stuff, keeping it clean, making it look good, and again, you got to keep in mind that first rider off the dock, he's going to be the one to set the tone for the rest of the heat. So when you stand up or run like that, not only can that give you some good points, but that's going to put the pressure on the rest of the field.
Great point. Great facts. You have to be the benchmark. You have to deliver on that very first run, and that's what Charles does here today.
All right, well, on deck, we've got the crew from ASU, Indiana, Tennessee, Texas A&M, UCF, and Mississippi State getting ready to rock and roll and rally it down the line. Charles Epping setting the tone for MSU, Michigan State in the house and rocking it out here with us. The Michigan State University team making the long haul, that trek down from the Mitten State, where things are getting a little bit chilly, Craig.
Absolutely, and I was surprised at how chilly it was this morning, too, but it's heating up, just like our competition, Dano.
Oh, I knew it was going to happen here. That's the thing with Florida. You might wake up to a 40-degree morning, but definitely going to get warmer throughout the day, and it certainly is. It's probably about 15 degrees hotter than it was when we got here earlier this morning. A score posting for Charles Epping from MSU, and I believe that was a 70-point score. So setting the tone nice and high to kick it off here for this men's beginners wakeboard division.
That's what you mentioned, being the first one out in the men's beginner. You got to set the tone, and Charles did that. That's a very, very good score to start off this division here.
All right, well, coming up next, doing it for Team ASU, the Wake Devils, doing it out of Chandler, Arizona. 21 years old and now back at it for his second year as a part of the Heyday Collegiate Cup. This is Veggie Melaniszki. And Veggie, I actually got to see this guy. I ended up announcing a contest in central Wisconsin this summer, and he happened to come all the way up. And he did really well out there. So going to keep that momentum going here today at the Collegiate Nationals. Let's check it out. Going wake to wake 180s from both directions, getting full grabs on both of those maneuvers. Let's keep the momentum rocking and rolling. There's a backside 180, the first backside 180 executed of the event so far.
Does very well to hang on to that. A lot of patience demonstrated. And then back with the switchback one, Dano? Are you kidding me?
Hey, you know, you're talking about the fundamentals out there. We saw the regular and switch frontside 180s, and then coming back in with regular and switch backside 180s. What do you think the judges are going to think of that?
I mean, that just shows fundies are locked for Big V here. That is really, really cool to see, and you can hear on the dock those ASU Devils are cheering them on. I bet you can hear it on the other side of the lake. They're so loud down here.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's the one thing about the Wake Devils is they not only come to support their team, but they prove it. They are always the loudest. They, when it comes to school spirit, the crew from ASU definitely brings it. And hopefully that's just going to push the rest of the teams out there. I want to hear some more of that Mississippi cowbell. All right. Well, Veggie back in for pass number 2. Doing things toe side this time. So we've already seen the basic heel side 180s from the front side rotation and the back side rotation. Now the toe side regular and switch front side 180s from Veggie Melaniszki. Let's see if he can continue to rock and roll as he cuts back over in toe side, back side 180 right there. And if there was one thing my dad knew when I was growing up and we were out there behind the boat, his main line, Danny, if you look down, you go down. And I think we just saw a little bit of that right there from Veggie.
Absolutely, we did see a little bit of that, but I like the uniqueness. I like when somebody puts together two passes that are extremely different from anything that we have seen, right? That toe side, backside one attempt, the switch, heel side, backside one. Very, very unique tricks, very different, and I doubt that we'll see too many of them here in this beginner division. So
there's just a lot of risk behind those.
Absolutely, right? And you got to risk it for the biscuit sometimes. ASU, comfortable lead after the two women's divisions, and Veggie trying to put them in an even more solid spot.
Yeah, well, and you got to keep in mind, too, Veggie taking off the dock pretty early in the field, so a stand-up pass and even throwing down some tricks that none of the other riders are doing, definitely going to put some pressure on the rest of the field. We'll find out how that all works out here in a little bit, but right now, let's get down to Caro down at the dock.
I'm here with Spencer from Tennessee. Spencer, tell us your thoughts about going into this contest.
I'm super excited. I've never done a contest before, so I'm hoping it goes well. I'm really just out here to have a good time. So,
do you have a plan of what you're going to do?
I have a general plan. I know the tricks that I'd like to hit, but I think I'm just going to go mostly how I feel and then go for what I think I can do.
Sounds good. What's your favorite trick that you're going to throw out there?
I am hoping to land a 180. I don't know the proper names for tricks, but I'm a full send it. It's going to be cool.
That's awesome. And if you stand up your entire run, can we expect something special at the end?
Maybe that 180 again. I don't know if I can land it. We'll see.
That sounds like a solid plan. Well, good luck in your first wakeboard contest. We'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
That was the third member of our team. Thank you so much, Carol. You saw Veggie's score pop up there with a very solid 85, I believe. So Veggie in first place, doing it for ASU. And there you see, just edging out Charles Epping, with 70 points, Dano.
All right, well, let's get right back at it and down to the dock. These dudes definitely travel in packs. Representing from Indiana University, originally out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. This dude's been wakeboarding for 6 years, and now it's time to let it shine. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Alfredo Perez.
Loudest start thus far. Indiana is showing up and showing out, Dana.
Yeah, well, I met at least 16 students from Indiana early this morning, and they said the rest of the team was resting up because they wanted to come out and get loud this morning. You can hear them down there at the dock, but let's take a look at this. Here we are, and here we go. Alfredo Perez starting things off. A little wake-to-wake air, getting the grab back in, coming back through with that switch 180, putting himself back into regular position. Heel side approach, nose grab, front side 180. A favorite trick of this division, no doubt about that. As he cuts back up and over, that time going melon grab, switch front side 180.
What is it about the nose grab 180 that you think is just shining in this men's beginner division?
Yeah, I think that naturally you're going to, when you let go with that front hand there, you're going to naturally do that 180. So it just makes it a little bit easier to use that front hand for that grab. Now, in most cases, you're going to see those guys grab their boards kind of sloppy a little bit. But in this case right here, Alfredo getting a picture-perfect nose grab on that takeoff there. So really solidifying it. And that's what the judges are going to be looking for. And Craig, you know this coming out of the snowboard world. Definitely looking for those specific zones on the board. And that's what's going to set each rider apart from one another.
Absolutely. That last replay showing that nose grab 180 done correctly. If you're going to do it right. And that's what Alfredo Perez is doing here on his second of two passes.
Back in that time, going a little bit Indy stiffy on that one, boning out both legs out to the front. Back through right there. Getting a little tap right in front of the boot, but making it work.
That last trick, that switch wake jump, almost switch Indy, was very, very technical. Alfredo! You can't get him off the rope. He's tenacious.
Oh, no, never give up. That is for sure. I don't think his team would have let him live that one down. You can hear him cheering it up, cheering him all the way down the lake. Putting together a great second pass, filled with some nice 180s, regular switch, and a whole lot of stylish grabs. Hey, let's keep it going. Come on, make some noise for him one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfredo Perez. And they go wild down there at the dock, and that's a beautiful thing.
You got to love it. You absolutely got to love it. Also got to love the fashion statement Alfredo's making with two bindings that don't match. Probably the first athlete we've seen with that white and black.
Yeah, you see it out of pro rider Sam Brown right now. He rocks the dual boots, so definitely making his mark on the rest of the industry here.
Let's send it down to the dock with Caro. Caro, what is going on?
Veggie, you were the second rider off the dock in this division. How was your run?
I know, I can't complain. Got through 6 of my tricks. Got the back-to-back back ones in there, so that amped me up. Definitely wish I could have put down the rest of the run, but I think I got put the team in a pretty good spot.
That's so cool. And you guys from Arizona, you came all this way, and you just told me that you're doing pretty good so far, right, with the girls?
The scoreboard speaks for itself. We've got ASU number 1 for beginner and women's open, and so I had a little pressure on my back, but, it's our 3rd time this year. We're coming for that championship, so not that we didn't expect it, but I don't know. We're really stoked.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are going to do great. What would you do with that $15,000 if you won?
We're going to donate all of it to charity and for good causes. And then maybe stop by the casino real quick, throw it all on red, try to double it real quick, but we'll see. We'll have a team meeting about that.
That sounds good. One thing at a time, right? Well, thank you so much. I'm excited to watch the rest of your division.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much to Heyday. Honestly, these boats keep getting wilder and wilder, and this is for sure the best competition I've ever attended even, leave alone be a part of, so we're really stoked, and we really hope to keep doing this for years and years ahead and making it bigger and bigger.
We love to hear it. Well, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right. Well, good to hear from Veggie down there, and I believe we do have some scores posted, and there it is. Alfredo Perez with a score of 74 points, putting him into that second position right behind Veggie. But right now, let's take it up to Tennessee, and our next rider, this is Spencer Cahoon.
Now, we heard Dano Spencer chatting with the third member of our team, Caro, down at the dock. This is Spencer's first competition, so the fact that he's out here, he's having fun, that's what this is all about, especially in the men's beginner division. But this men's beginner division has been hotly contested thus far. I mean, the trick, the nose grab 180, the cab 180s, we've seen a back 180, we've seen all sorts of different 180s, and Spencer adding his name to the 180 list. Doing it for Tennessee, Dano.
That's right. Coming to us originally from Fairfax, Virginia. Spencer spent some time in the Marine Corps. He's a vet, and we thank him for his service, and glad to see him now as a part of the Vol Wake team, representing, of course, for Tennessee. Taking a fall right there, but this dude's looking jacked. He's looking ripped, and he's looking like he's having a good old time out there on the water behind the Heyday H20.
Absolutely. I love Spencer's favorite trick. This is the best answer of all time. Anything I land. Anything he lands is his favorite trick. So that right there.
That just means he's having a good time when he's out there.
You know? Yeah, that's exactly it. Fortunately, going down right at the end of that first pass there, Dano, so he's going to get picked up. Going to whip that beautiful H20 around, and he's going to come down for his second pass. But before we get to that second pass, let's head down to the third member of our team, Caro.
I ride for Heyday, that's why. Alfredo, I heard your team going absolutely crazy for that last trick. Tell us what it was.
It was a backside 180, which I never land, so I got lucky with it, but obviously they liked it, and I think the judges did too, so it felt nice. It felt nice.
Yeah, it looked really good, and the rest of your pass looked incredible too. You did a stand-up run, and have you competed a lot before?
Never, no. Never.
So a stand-up run in your first contest. Yeah, what were your thoughts going into it? Were you nervous at all?
I was really nervous because I don't know what to expect. I mean, I didn't even know what a competition was before 2 weeks ago, but, you know, it's fun to be here, so I'm having a good time.
That's rad. Yeah, is it kind of like how you imagined or any different?
It seems more competitive than I imagined, but I don't know. I mean, like I said, I had no idea what to expect. So.
That makes sense. Well, you just told me you have 17 people here from Indiana. We can hear you guys screaming on the dock. How does that make you feel when you're out there?
Oh, it's really inspiring. Not inspiring, but, you know, it's motivating. You know, you got people to back you up no matter what, and it's a good feeling to have.
Awesome. Well, I'm super stoked for you. Good job on your first event. I'll let you go celebrate with your friends.
All right, good to hear from Alfredo Perez. Well, good to hear from Alfredo Perez out there from Indiana. Spencer Cahoon for Tennessee, unfortunately taking that second fall here early in pass number 2. Let's take a look back at instant replay, just booting over the front, going for that 180, and Craig, what a smack on that one.
Just knuckled that second wake. Needed a little bit more English to get up and over landing in the transition of that second wake, but fortunately not doing that right there. So Spencer goes down for Tennessee, but glad to see him out here in his very first competition.
All right. All right, well, we are back in action, and we are rocking it out here. We have just seen Spencer Cahoon from Tennessee out on the water. Of course, Alfredo Perez, Veji Malinsky, and Charles Epping. We have 3 more riders left to go in this men's beginners division. For those of you just joining us, welcome out. We are here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by WakeU. Want to send a big shout out to our sponsors. Mercury is our engine partner. Simrad, the marine electronics partner. Our friends from Rockford Fosgate, the audio partner. Relion Marine Batteries, Red Bull, Liquid Planet Marine. They are the local dealer. Of course, a big thank you to our friends here in Groveland, Florida, the entire city of Groveland, along with the folks here down at Lake David Park, welcoming us out here. A warm welcome, no doubt about it. And of course, the World Wake Association, the WWA, the sanctioning body of all major wake sports events, not just in the U.S., but from around the world. Make sure if you guys are not already tapped in to the WWA's Rideline app on your smartphone device, you do that to find out news, check out videos and updates from riders, pros, events, and many updates throughout the season on just about anything going on throughout the year. Hey, a big shout out to all of our Heyday Pro Wake team riders in the house. Of course, Mike Dowdy, the man behind WakeU himself. Carol Yupshaw, she's been down on the dock. Dylan Miller been rocking around the site as well. So glad to see them all out here. Hey, let's find out what's going on down at the dock. Let's get down to Carol. She's got another rider to chat with.
All right, Tyler, you just told me this is your first comp on the boat, but you did one contest on cable before. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I did Red Bull Rivals a few weeks ago. It was a super fun event that we had at OWC, and I'd say I'm more comfortable riding cable, but I'm pretty excited to get out on boat and see what tricks I can do.
Yeah, how do you feel about your contest run today?
I think I have a game plan going into it, but you never know. We'll see what happens when I get out there, but I'm excited. It should be a lot of fun.
Have you ever ridden behind a Heyday boat before?
No, I have not. I'm actually super excited. I normally ride behind ski boats, so I'm excited to ride behind a nice wake.
Well, that sounds awesome. Well, it looks like they're out there, so I'll let you go get ready. Good luck out there.
All right, on the water right now, folks, doing it out of Katy, Texas, doing it for Texas A&M. That's Brett Redmond, and his pass is underway. Craig, what are we watching?
We're watching Brett Redmond, the goofy-footed rider with that right foot forward, going back and forth, starting things off, staying upright. Here's a toe side edge, big front side 180. We just saw Spencer out of Tennessee go down on that. Here, Brett Redmond doing it for Texas A&M, looking correct on that toe side 180, and that's going to cap off his first pass. Dano?
Yeah, well, definitely looking really comfortable out there considering this is his first competition out on the water. You see it right there on that first trick, taking that backhand, grabbing that back edge of the board, going stalefish on that maneuver, and again, making it unique to his own, popping some nice looking air on that trick. Here on instant replay, you see him cut back in onto the toe side, and that's the beautiful thing about instant replay for us is that we can call it correct.
It's extremely unforgiving, though, to the riders there, that toe side edge. You could see him reaching for that indie grab, unfortunately not getting it, but Dano getting that nose grab front side 180.
That's right, coming out of the gates with that regular 180, getting the nose grab. That's this time cutting back in on the toes. That toe side wake jump, maybe overthinking it just a little bit, throwing him out the back and having a fall. So we're going to set him down. We're going to let the water mellow out just a little bit. We're going to turn that Heyday H20 around, and we'll get Brett Redmond back up on the water here momentarily.
Absolutely. I don't know. I mean, the water's pretty slippery sometimes, but he just really slips out on this toe side edge. Let's take a look at it from that beautiful drone angle right there. And you can see, yep, he loses it.
All right, we're going to take it back down to the dock. Kara Yupsha with our next rider.
We have so many first-time competitors out here today, or first-time boat competitors. Brooks, how are you feeling?
I'm a little bit nervous, but I'm excited. It's going to be fun.
Have you ridden a wake like this before?
No, not really. I've only ridden boat a handful of times, so it'll be interesting.
Would you say that you were kind of forced to get here from your teammates, or were you super excited to join?
I'm pumped. I'm ready to do it.
You ready to take home that prize money?
Do my best. We'll see.
That sounds good. You just told me that you've been struggling a little bit to find enough riders to fit all divisions. You're probably the smallest team out here. How does that feel?
Well, I'm just glad to be out here, and I know everybody else is too from our team, so we'll take as many people as we can get.
Do you think you still have the same team spirit as the big teams?
Oh, yeah, it's there.
It's there?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Well, good luck to you. We can't wait to watch you ride. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Caro. Appreciate that. Glad to hear from them. That was a wild fall, Dano. That could have been terrible, but Brett does well to save it right there. Let's take a look here. Going for that indie grab, but what really took him down was kind of a front side 540 attempt off the toes. There you saw that overall leaderboard at the bottom of your screen if you're watching the webcast, or you can see a screen here. ASU currently in that number one spot. 200 big points. There's that fall I was mentioning. Just lose a little bit there, Dano.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, hey, we're talking about these riders being the first athletes in the world to get an opportunity, a chance to get behind the Heyday H20. Well, Heyday is hitting the road from here on out throughout the rest of the season. If you guys want an opportunity to get inside of a Heyday, check it out for yourself. Maybe get a demo ride or an opportunity to ride with one of the Heyday Pro Team athletes like Caro Yupshaw, who's down to the dock with our riders, like Mike Dowdy or Dylan Miller. You've got to check out the Heyday Who's Next tour. It kicks off tomorrow here in Central Florida. It's going to head up to Atlanta, from Atlanta over to Dallas, and you guys can follow the entire tour through the Heyday website, but make sure you guys get in on it soon and schedule a demo ride because the Heyday Who's Next tour is coming to a town near you.
Love to hear it. Love to see Heyday touring it around, getting as many people as possible behind that H20. You saw a score from Brett Redmond right there, 68 points. He's currently in fourth place, but Veggie, with that score of 85 points out of ASU, they're looking extremely, extremely good right there. The judges, they're pretty see-through. They want to see something unique. They want to see something technical, and that's what Veggie brought with that switch backside 180 and attempting that toe side backside 180. So it's no secret here today. 7 colleges, 34 riders, all competing for that total purse of $25,000. $15K of that going to that first place team, then $7,000 for the second and $3,000 for that third and final team. Dano.
All right, let's get back at it. He comes to us from Tampa, Florida. He is representing for UCF. On the water, the 19-year-old. This is Tyler Carson. TC, baby. This guy's got a water sports background. He's actually a professional water skier down at Legoland, not too far down south from here in Polk County. Actually, this weekend down there, they've got the show ski world championships happening. So, a fun little fact happening here in the world of Toad Water Sports. But you're seeing him right there throwing it down. Tyler Carson going trick to trick, making it stick, and wasting absolutely no time at all, stacking those points up on the board. I got to ask you, Craig, what do you think the judges are going to think on that first pass?
I think they're going to like it a lot. There is lots to like. Kept it upright. I like that show of style, that ollie, that control. We've said it once. I'm going to say it a million times. Fundies, ladies and gentlemen. You need to have those fundamentals, and Tyler's showing it on that ollie right there. Very, very well done.
Well, absolutely, and he continues to just show you guys fundamental maneuvers. He started off with wake jumps from both ways and then into the basic 180s. That time, cutting in, going regular front side 180, and then that switch stance, heel side approach into the wake, and grabbing that board on that melon grab right there, that front hand on the back edge of the board. So great work adding that in with the 180. He's going to keep it going. Tyler Carson, TC, baby, making magic and making moves all the way down Lake David. We'll see if he can keep the momentum going. He probably holding back just a little bit, doing what he can do to solidify some points up on the board here in the beginner division, and going down on the backside 180. That's what happens when you let that handle get that far away from the small of your back.
I think he heard you, Dano. You said maybe holding back and trying to keep it upright till that final probably hit. That's where you see a lot of the riders try the trick that they are most uncomfortable with, the one that they think they might go down on, and that for Tyler right there was that backside 180, so unfortunately going down on that. But lots to like from Tyler, kept it upright for almost the majority of his run right there.
Yeah, a lot of reward behind that backside 180. Keep in mind, not only does that trick have an unnatural rotation, but you can't spot your landing unless you got a Gumby head,
Absolutely, absolutely. Tyler was looking back at it, and I think that's what may have took him out right here.
Taking a look as he comes up into the wake, eyeing it up, and again, just getting that handle into the fingertips, can't quite ride it away. Hey, we'll get another pickup from him. We'll see him finish things off. But hey, let's give it up down to the dock here with Caro.
I'm here with Brett from Texas A&M. Brett, tell us about your ride.
It was awesome. I got to go out there, throw some few tricks. Not all the ones I wanted, but had a great time, and it was just cool to be here.
You had a little bit of a technical difficulty on your first trick. What happened?
My contact fell out, so the rest of the ride, I was half blind.
How was that? Was that scary?
Coming into it, I was kind of prepared for that. So I've done it before, but definitely not ideal.
Well, you absolutely killed it all the way up till the end. What happened on the last trick?
Just got a little antsy towards the end, didn't know what I was doing, and went for it big.
Well, good job. Good luck to you guys.
All right, guys. Well, we are back and we are in action, getting ready, doing it from Mississippi State. Going to be the final rider here in this division. Of course, the men's beginners division representing. We have got Brooks Hull getting ready to hit the water here. Let's find out what he has in store. Before that, let's check out the leaderboard.
ASU comfortably in that number one spot with 85 points. That was Veggie. Remember that run, very creative, that switch back one, and that toe side, backside 180 attempt. Let's see what Brooks Hull can do from Mississippi State here.
All right, well, you can hear that Mississippi cowbell getting loud down there at the dock. You can hear him calling for it. More cowbell, baby. Let's get at it. That wake already shaped up, and Brooks taking that heel side cut up, over, and in. Boosting some straight air, going wake to wake jump. This time eyeing it up on the toe side. Toe side, single wake, air, getting that indie grab as he cuts back to the outside, going from the inside out. Nice little jump into an ollie, frontside 180. Switch stance, heel side, approach into the wake. That switch, one wake, melon, 180, and slides out and falls back, goes down, Craig.
You could see him clap the hands because that cab 180 that took Brooks down was well within reach. Getting a little squirrely on the landing with a lot of weight on that back foot and losing an edge there. So Brooks will have to wait till he gets picked up and see what he can put down on his second pass. Dano, lots to look forward to. Brooks says his favorite trick is a back roll, so methinks we're going to see one of those on the second pass.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and find out here. I'm not 100% sure, though, in the beginner's division. They may have to hold back from the inverted maneuvers. So we will see. We will see how it all plays out. Remember, there is some strategy here with these different divisions. So checking it out here, continuing to watch that instant replay. Brooks Hull, unfortunately, taking a fall on his final maneuver there. As you can see it, just sliding out the back, going down. Hey, that's all good. But, hey, right now we've got Karo Yupsha down at the dock.
All right, I'm standing here with my teammate, Dylan Miller, who's a pro rider for Heyday. He's been with us all week for the launch of the H20. Tell us some about it.
Well, the launch was awesome. We got to spend a lot of time with some great athletes out at another lake in Florida here, and we had a lot of fun, had some good times, and now it's awesome to be at the event here in Groveland. And, yeah, couldn't be more stoked on the turnout and just the whole setup here. There's a lot of boats and a lot of riders, and it's looking great.
Tell us a little bit about the wake of the H20 for everyone who hasn't tried it. What's it like?
Well, for a 20-foot boat, it definitely packs some punch. You can probably ask any of the kids that have ridden behind it. They're catching some pretty serious air out there. It's been really, really fun to watch, and I can't wait to get behind one of these boats a little bit more often myself.
Did you ever do any collegiate comps when you were younger?
No, I am a college-free person. Maybe that was a good idea, maybe it was a bad idea, but I competed a lot when I was younger, but unfortunately I didn't get to take part in any collegiate events like this.
Yeah, this is actually the first collegiate event I'm attending, and I'm loving all the hype right here. It's way more stoked than I was imagining. Is this what you thought it was going to be?
Yeah, there's definitely some great energy, and actually we're standing beside the hype zone right now, so yeah, it's been great here. All these kids seem like they're having a great time, and yeah, I'm sure we're going to have even more fun as the day goes on, and maybe even later tonight.
And I think you're riding later for us too, is that right?
I think so, yeah. I think Mike and myself are going to go out there and do a quick little demo. Hopefully we can keep it together and land some tricks. It should be a good time.
Sounds good. Thanks, Dylan. We'll catch you later.
All right, well, back at it. Brooks Hull standing up, an awesome second pass right there. Some of the standout tricks to me was that method air we saw halfway through the run, finishing off with a nice-looking 180 maneuver. So you can see it right there. Doing a little bit of a tail swipe on that shifty air. He's going to bring himself back across the wake here as we await the instant replay on that method maneuver that I was talking about. Single wake, getting that 180 maneuver in there, grabbing that with that front hand on that front edge, that mute. But, Craig, talk us through this next trick.
That cab one that you just saw was what took him down on the first pass, so the judges are going to like him getting back up and doing that trick, showing that he can do it, like that melon grab as well, Dano.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Perfect execution, exactly what Brooks Hull and the team from Mississippi State was looking for here in this run. We're going to bring him back down to the dockside area. You guys can get loud, you can get proud, you can give it up for him. Make some noise, though, for that man, Mississippi State University rider, Brooks Hull, Tyler Carson, Brett Redmond, Spencer Cahoon, Alfredo Perez, Veggie Melninsky, and Charles Epping. All together, that is your men's beginner division. And Craig, we are going to be getting into our men's intermediate, followed up by open men's wakeboard. That's going to be our main event throughout the day. And a little surprise, I think we're going to get the pro demo from Heyday athletes Mike Dowdy and Dylan Miller a little bit later on. Looking forward to that for sure.
Absolutely. So if you're watching this at home or you're here enjoying all the action, send out a tweet, send out a Facebook message. Let fellow water sports enthusiasts know we will be broadcasting all day. Let's take a look at our men's beginner leaderboard. It's ASU's Veggie Melanishki taking that number one spot with 85 big points, Dano.
Yeah, right behind him, Alfredo Perez, Tyler Carson right there, Charles Epping, Brett Redmond, Brooks Hull, and Spencer Cahoon. Tell you what, ASU going for the three-peat here this weekend. We'll find out if they can make it happen.
Absolutely. We have so much more action, so don't go anywhere as we take a quick commercial break.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here today in beautiful Groveland, Florida at Lake David Park. We have a very special segment of the show right now. Our very own Dano the Mano, the voice of wakeboarding, is with Heyday team member Mike Dowdy, and they're going to be going through the brand new Heyday H20. Dano, how's it look over there?
Hey, Craig, thanks a bunch. I'm really enjoying the view from up here inside the all-new Heyday H20. The boat looks absolutely incredible, but I'm here with Heyday athlete, the one and only Dirty Mike Dowdy. He's going to tell me about some of these awesome features that we are already witnessing throughout the day today. First of all, Mike, thanks again for having us out here. You and your entire crew, the folks from Heyday doing a great job with the event in general. So far, just overall, what are your thoughts of some of the riding that you've seen out on the water?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I think there's definitely been some nerves in some of those early divisions, but all in all, it's been awesome to watch these guys compete. You know, there's a lot on the line for them, and they get a chance to show off who they are and what their school's about. So it's always just exciting to get the crews together to ride.
Well, we've seen some great performances across the board already from the women's division and into that beginner men's division. And one thing that I took notice of was the consistent wake behind the H20. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the wake on this boat, we picked out every great detail of the H22 and brought it into the H20. We made it super user-friendly, so everyone who's riding behind it can make sure that they get a clean, good pull. And we wanted to demonstrate that to the public with this competition. So not only that, the surf wave is unbelievable on this boat. Rivals every boat in its class and even boats that would be considered above its class. So Heyday did an amazing job with this boat, and I'm just stoked that you guys all get to see the hard work we've been putting in.
Well, it's 2022, and by this time you'd think that every innovation in the world of water sports and boating in general have already been done. But you guys have an industry first here, and it's the swim platform. Talk a little bit about the swim platform and a little bit of what that's all about.
Yeah, so Heyday came out with their power platform. The engineers worked really hard on a way to make sure that people could store this boat in a typical garage if possible. So with the folding tower and the power platform, you're able to actually put the platform up toward the stern of the boat. You can park it in a garage or in somewhere that maybe traditionally wouldn't be able to park your boat. So it allows someone who is looking for a storage solution to have that option rather than manually removing the platform for storage.
I love it. It's definitely smart, and I'm blown away by the great technology so far. It looks awesome. Now, in addition to inside of the boat, the great cockpit seating, giving everybody a great view, you guys have stepped outside of the box here, and you guys have created the best view ever possible in the world of wakeboarding and wake surfing. And you traditionally don't get to sit back here, but Heyday has changed it. Talk a little bit about what we're looking at.
Yeah, so Heyday spent a bunch of hours kind of researching what the best case scenario would be for the stern of the boat, and they came back with these rear-facing transom seats, so you can actually sit in these seats while the boat's underway. They're the first ones in the industry. So not only with the power platform, we also have the transom seats where you can actually sit here while the boat's in tow. It gives you just a great view of the action on the water, and yeah, like you said, it's an industry first. It won Most Innovative award at the Miami Boat Show. So these guys have been killing it. I'm stoked to be on the team, and we're not done yet. It's just the beginning.
Well, very good, guys. Mike Dowdy, I'm Dano the Mano, powered by Mercury Marine, all 6.2 liters. The Heyday H20, it is on parade out here in Groveland, Florida. The Heyday Collegiate, we are rocking and rolling. Looking forward to watching the action unfold the rest of the day. We're going to head back down to you, Mr. Craig McMorris.
Thank you, Dano. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that very insightful look at this beautiful, beautiful machine, the Heyday H20. We have so much more action for you, but before we get to that, we are going to take a quick commercial break, so don't go anywhere. Take this time to tell your friends the Heyday Collegiate Cup 2022 will be going on all day, so we'll see you shortly.
up, everyone? This is Mike Dowdy, and if you are watching this video, that means you have received your official invite to compete in the Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU. Congratulations. The Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU takes place this October 22nd at Lake David Park in Groveland, Florida. This 10-team invite-only competition gives you guys the opportunity to compete for your share of a $25,000 prize.
$25K?
And your name on the WakeU Cup. The invited teams include MSU, ASU, Indiana, Texas A&M, Tennessee, UCF, Baylor, Mississippi State, and Oklahoma State. We look forward to hosting you guys here in Groveland, Florida on October 22nd at Lake David Park. Don't miss this. You guys are going to want to be here. Let's let the games begin, and I'll see you guys there.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Welcome back to all our viewers from around the world, whoever and wherever you are joining us. Welcome to beautiful Groveland, Florida. The city motto? The city with natural charm. And I've been charmed here today at beautiful Lake David Park, a very historical spot to run a water sports event. This is the Heyday Collegiate Cup 2022, brought to you by the wonderful people at WakeU. Let's take a look at our start list for the men's intermediate division, our second to last division of the day.
All right, well, taking a look at it right there, you saw his brother in the men's beginners division, but Jamison Epping is going to be kicking it off for MSU here in the men's intermediate division, followed up by Matty Boyd for ASU, the Wake Devils, the defending two-time Collegiate Cup champions. Kai Stidham going to be on the water representing for Indiana. Tyson Beach out of Tennessee for Texas A&M. It's going to be Calvin Neal for the University of Central Florida, UCF's Graydon Swartzberg. And going to be finishing it off in the intermediate division is Cole Fogelsong for Mississippi State. So looking forward to watching all 7 of these athletes here in the intermediate division popping out of that beginners division. So definitely looking forward to seeing some big tricks coming up here in this next round of action, Craig.
Absolutely, I'm excited for that. Before that, however, let's take a look at Texas A&M's intro video.
All right, well, looking good and looking forward to watching the rest of the crew from Texas A&M out there on the water, battling it out here in the Heyday Collegiate Cup, presented by WakeU. All the great Heyday boats all over the site. You know, I had that great opportunity to hang out with Mike Dowdy up in the all-new H20. He showed me some of his favorite features of the boat, and we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of that throughout the rest of the program, throughout the rest of the day. Right now, I know our media partner, Kara Yupshaw, is down at the dock with our next collegiate riders.
Oh, okay.
I didn't use ride for them.
All right, I'm standing here with Royce and Tyler, and I just heard there's an inside scoop going on here. Tell me about that.
Yeah, so last year I competed for Indiana in the Open division, and this year now I'm at MSU, so they're not too happy about that.
Yeah, how does that feel?
Stings a little bit. I'm not going to lie. We were very excited to hear that Tyler was riding for us last year, and then to find out he's going to be at MSU. But seems that he's happy, but still kind of stings a bit.
Did you guys, what do you think of your chances with your new team?
No, I like my chances a lot. Our new team is awesome. MSU's great. We got a good team here, and I don't know. Hopefully we can beat IU. Maybe have a little friendly rivalry.
I know Indiana is definitely the loudest team here, though. You guys have a huge support crew, but you miss one of your riders. How does that feel?
I mean, I'm pretty confident in the people that we brought here today. We always want to bring the energy. Vibes are very high, very good. We're all very excited. I've enjoyed watching all the riders today, but I think it's going to be a good day.
Tell me about your hat.
I actually just bought it, or not bought it, but I grabbed it from one of our riders, Kai. It's a good luck charm, so I'm hoping to bring some luck to the team. Go Big Red.
Sounds good. Well, thank you guys. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, well, hey, thanks a bunch to all of you guys down there. But, hey, if the crew from MSU or Indiana want to get jealous, I actually live on the same lake that Ty trains on up in Illinois, so you guys can be jealous of me. I get to watch that dude ride every single morning just outside of the Chicagoland area. So,
what can we expect from Ty then? If you're seeing him, you're behind the curtain.
Oh yeah. Just trust me. He's got the tricks. The guy, he's got the work ethic in it all. So watch out for it. He'd be a great addition to any team out there. We're gonna get at it here in just a few moments. We've got the men's intermediate division gonna be coming up next. A great week so far down here in Central Florida. The debut of the Heyday H20. Craig McMorris, I know you had an opportunity to not just be a part of the debut, the launch of this boat, but you had many opportunities over the past 4 or 5 days to actually get behind the boat. Would love to hear what you thought.
I wakeboarded, I wake surfed, and I drove the boat. All three of those things, highlights for me. They were all amazing. Boat was running really well. Wake is big. It's simple. You know, we got off the dock and we were riding within minutes as opposed to really doing all the stuff that some of the other boats take. This is simple. This is easy. This is a fantastic product, that Heyday H20, and our athletes here today, the very first competitors to ever get to ride behind this thing. So a very, very special day for collegiate wakeboarding and for Heyday. We're having a lot of fun here at the Collegiate Cup, brought to you by the good folks at WakeU. But I think it's time to start this men's intermediate division, Dano.
All right, well, let's get down to the dock and let's get at it. Our next rider from Clarkston, Michigan, doing it for MSU, 20 years young. He's the cooler twin. That's what he says. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamison Epping is on the water. You saw his brother Charles Epping kick off the men's beginner division a little bit ago. Something you're going to take notice, and I know we can feel it. Yes, it is heated up. The air temperature has definitely jumped up quite a bit since this morning, but we are also getting a little bit of a wind shift today in this afternoon.
Absolutely, and that wind is shifting in the direction. Oh, that is what happens when you're thinking too far ahead. Okay? Jamison, absolutely wonderful back roll. Stomps it here and then edges out, and a relatively simple trick for Jamison, just that little ollie frontside 180. He's thinking too far ahead, and I'm thinking ahead about going to the third member of our team, Caro. Caro, what are you thinking about?
I'm standing here with Jacob Torres, the previous president of Indiana. Jacob, you're not competing today, but you're still here.
Yes, that is correct. I'm still here to hang out, have a good time, support my team. I'm not competing anymore, but I'm still happy to be here.
But you were on the previous events, right?
Yes, yeah. So I was at Mike Dowdy's house 3 years ago when we first started doing the collegiate competitions, and then I was also competing last year when it was the first in person. So I've been part of this competition since its inception in 2020 or whatever that is, and it's super cool to kind of see how it's progressed like through the couple years. So
Yeah, what do you think about the progression from Dowdy's backyard to now we're here?
well, see, it started in Dowdy's upstairs room. The first competition was completely virtual, and it wasn't even in Dowdy's backyard. And it was Dowdy he was definitely trying to figure out all the streaming stuff himself with like a couple of his friends and everything. And so it's just super cool to kind of see how it started as like Mike Dowdy, like pushing the sport, like getting the colleges together, stuff like that. And now, like, the WWA is reposting it. I think Wakeboarding Magazine did something about it. Like, this venue goes for like 2 miles. It's really cool to kind of see how it started as literally just Mike Dowdy streaming in his room at the competition. And now we've got like 6-7 boats out here and like, I don't know how many people are here. So it's super cool to kind of see where it started and where it's at now. Super proud of Dowdy.
Yeah, well, we can definitely see Indiana continuing on the wakeboarding tradition. Now back to you guys.
All right, well, out there on the water, Jamison Epping from MSU, after a fall, able to get back up onto his feet, cuts directly into the wake, gets the scarecrow, that front roll 180, he knocks it down, he backs it up with a 360 spin. So a great way to get back up after a fall. And here we go on pass number 2. All right, Jamison up, over, and in. There's that tail grab as he sets back up for trick number 2. Front side approach. There's the toe side front roll. And a nice clean landing right there as he sets back up. Melon grab, poking that trick out, styling it out, holding it all the way through. Textbook, no doubt. That was the trick that actually took him down in pass number 1. That bunny hop, that ollie 180 into that half cab 180 maneuver. Butter slides it back around once again and puts himself into that switch toe side position. We'll see if he brings it back around. He's just going to bring it back to the dock. How about we give it up for him? Ladies and gentlemen, Jamison Epping. And we're going to go back to some instant replay. And, Craig, I'm going to let you call it out.
I like that tail grab to start his second pass. Sometimes when you fall on, kind of a setup trick or something like that, it can weigh on your head. So Jamison does well to get into the right headspace and really finish up that second pass. Love the front roll there. Kind of knuckles the second wake, but he's strong. He's a powerful athlete, able to ride out that second wake knuckle there. And Jamison, lots to like. And lots to like if you're on MSU. Only one fall there, and not a real fall. I'd count that as a half fall.
Well, and something we talked about again earlier in the program today, the first rider of each heat setting the tone for the division. Jamison doing a great job, even with the fall. Looking good. Excited to watch what is still to come here in this men's intermediate. Hey, let's go down to the dock with Caro Yupsha.
I'm here with Tyson from Tennessee. Tyson, tell us, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty froggy right now. I'm really excited to be here. It's my first time competing. I just want to go big and have fun out there.
Is that your goal, like trying to send the biggest jump?
I mean, not necessarily. It's just my mindset overall is I just want to have a good time. That's what me and all my buddies came down here to do. I want to see everyone throw down as best as possible and see what I can do.
What do you think of Tennessee's chances in the team event?
I'm feeling pretty solid about it. We have me going out. I'm pretty confident I'm going to ride well. We got Liam going out next. He's killer. He's got a few mobs. So I'm psyched to see him ride too.
But this is your first wakeboard contest, right? And how come you're riding intermediate straight off the bat?
That's just where I think I fit in. That's just where my trick set seems to find itself. So we'll see what I got.
How long have you been wakeboarding for?
I've really been riding my whole life. I didn't get serious about it until I came back to UT. I played baseball in my undergrad, a little Division II. And then when I came to UT to go back to grad school, I started riding with them, started seeing these guys who were so much better than me, and it pushed me to start learning more stuff and just get better.
Well, that sounds good. Well, I can't wait to watch you ride. Good luck out there. Back to you, Craig and Dano.
Thanks so much, Caro. Appreciate that. Now, Tyson from Tennessee. I don't think he could go to any other school. I think his name kind of decided it for him. Excited to watch him ride. Before we get to him, we've got Matt Boyd from ASU, the team, the university currently leading the Heyday Collegiate Cup here, Dano. What does Matt Boyd have in Pass 1?
Well, Matt Boyd coming in as a past champion and starting things off. There's that scarecrow maneuver. That's that front roll, front side 180. He butters it back around a regular heel side approach into the wake for a nice heel side back roll. May have gotten a piece of the grab. We're going to leave that up to the judge's discretion as he sets that front side edge for a toe side approach into the wake. There's the toe side back roll. That's that straight back flip off the toe side and almost a gainer of sorts, and then back in, mute grab, front side 180. Solid first pass from Matty Boyd, doing it for the ASU Wake Devils.
Absolutely. You mentioned that toe side back roll, a trick that we haven't really seen here thus far in the competition. Might be seeing a little bit more in the men's open division. There's a look at that scarecrow taking off on that toe side edge, front flip 180. For the regular footed rider, doing it for ASU, Matt Boyd.
Yeah, Matt Boyd is a past first place finisher in the advanced division out of the WakeU Cup. That was last season. He is the current president of the ASU Wake Devils. So doing a great job continuing to build that legacy as we come into pass number 2. Starting things off, you got to spin to win. At least that's what they say. Frontside 360 as he cuts back over and in on his toes. That's his favorite trick. That's the toe side front roll 180 rewind back to regular. That's called the elephant, and it was made famous by Greg Nekrasin more than 25 years ago. Unfortunately, taking a fall right there, somewhere around the 3/4 mark of the run, and hopefully he'll get the pickup. Let's go back to instant replay, see how he kicks off this run here. There's that stalefish grab, that backhand on the back edge, poking out that back foot, textbook picture-esque style, and right here lining it back up over and in on that toe side approach. There's that front roll, and then rewinding it back over. So nicely done maneuver from the president of the ASU Wake Devils. Going to set back up over and in, heel side approach, and we'll see exactly what happens. Goes for that nose grab 360. He unfortunately goes down there, but still getting an invert, still getting an air trick, and giving those judges quite a bit to work with. Looks like he is going to get a pickup here in a moment. We'll wait for that. Before that, let's get back down to the dock with Caro.
All right, I'm here with Jameson, the first rider out in men's intermediate. How was your run?
It was good. Not what I wanted. Did a little silly fall, but still did pretty good.
What went through your head after you fell?
I was like, shoot, I did something wrong.
I like the non-cuss word there. Very nice. Well, how do you feel about your team overall, what you guys have done today?
I think we did really good. We're having a lot of fun here, and I think it's a great time.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much. It looks like they're back on the water, so back to you guys.
All right, one more trick from Matt Boyd as he sets it up way outside the wake. We'll see if he goes for that nose 360 again. No, he's going for the straight back flip off the heel side edge. That's the tantrum. You can hear him scream. He rode it away. How about it? Give it up for ASU, the Wake Devils, and Matty Boyd. And back to instant replay. He knew he had to put something big on the board, and there it is, that straight backflip, doing it on that Ronix Supreme wakeboard, the pro model of Tyler Hyam. Great ride, great run right there from the ASU president, Matt Boyd.
Now, Dano, from a strategy standpoint, what would you have rather seen him do? Get back up and do that 360 he fell on, or the tantrum like we just saw there?
You know, and obviously it all depends on which judges you get on that day. But I'm a spin guy. I'm a style guy. I would have liked to see him get back up and go for that nose grab 360. But I will say that that tantrum, he probably felt a little bit more comfortable. And after having a fall, sometimes, you know, you get those cobwebs in your brain and jumbled up a little bit. You know you can land the trick, but at the same time, pressure is on. I think it was a smart strategy and a good move.
Absolutely. Love to see it there from Matt Boyd of ASU. We will move on and continue our men's intermediate division right here coming up. From Indiana University, Dano.
That is right. A young man who I've been watching come up through the ranks for about 12 years now. That is right. I've been watching him competing in the WWA regionals, nationals, and world championships from the junior boys division all the way through boys into junior men, junior pro men, and then the men's one division, semi-pro wakeboarding. His top credentials included a third place finish at the WWA's Wakeboard World Championships from Columbus, Indiana. Kai Stidham is coming up next. You know, and it's really cool to take a look at some of the riders here in the field, looking through some of these names. Some of these collegiate riders have only been wakeboarding for one season or maybe only for a full year now. For some riders, this is their first wakeboard contest ever. This next rider, you're going to see a lot of strategy out there from him. He's a young man, like I mentioned before. He has been competing since he was a little kid, over a decade of experience, and we've seen him on so many podiums in that semi-pro field. Looking forward to Kai Stidham. We're going to get to that here in a moment. Right now, let's go back down to the dock with Kara Upshaw.
Matt, I just saw all your friends give you a bunch of high fives coming into the dock. Tell us, how was your run?
It was pretty good. I really wanted to stand it up, but couldn't really hold that 3 down. So I'm still happy with it, though.
Is that a trick that you feel pretty confident on normally, or were you just sending it?
Yeah, the 3 I kind of lost in the past few weeks, but I really wanted to throw it in there. So.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake, huh? But it looked like everyone was really stoked on your run anyway. How about your team, the rest of your team?
Oh my! I cannot be more happy with my team. We are running the boards right now, and I'm so proud of them for that.
Awesome. Well, thanks. Well, back to the contest, Doc.
Thank you so much, Carol. You saw Matt Boyd's score of 80 right there, so he's helping out ASU, and Kai is helping out his team with that Rayleigh right there, Dano.
Oh, what a classic maneuver on the wakeboard. The Superman air, that air Rayleigh, and then going right back over into the wake, the toe side front roll. You're going to see this guy put together a solid competition pass with a little bit of everything. He's already got in the air. He's already got in the invert. He got that 180 maneuver. Going to be looking for a spin in his run, and there it is. You talk about a well-composed run. Giving these judges a little bit of everything: style, air, tech, and spins.
Absolutely, Dana. You mentioned he's got everything, and he's got pop. That's what we love to see here. Explosive off that Heyday H20 wake, riding all the way to the top of it and using all that energy to get as much amplitude or airtime on all of his tricks. But you mentioned he was a savvy, smart rider, and shows that here. He's got flips, he's got the Rayleigh, he's got the spins. I'm excited to see what he's got in set 2. Pardon me.
Hey, well, that's the experience showing right there. This guy has competed in WWA events, from the regionals to the nationals to the world championships, for over a decade, and bringing it out here to the water of Lake David. An unfortunate fall there on his first maneuver in pass number 2. We'll take a look at exactly what happened, and Kai taking off from the bottom of the wake, still with that great air sense, was able to get that board all the way around, got the full rotation, including the 180 on that toe side roll to revert. The problem I saw there, didn't quite have the distance to get to the downside of the wake. And you know, when it comes to wakeboarding, it's all about that transition.
Absolutely. I kind of gave him the commentator's curse, possibly, talking about how much pop he had on that first pass, and then obviously lacking said pop on that toe side roll to fakie. But hey, that's just fall 1, right at the start of the second pass. If you're going to have a fall, that's probably the place you want to put it.
Well, absolutely. That leaves him the entire field, the entire pass. There's so much real estate left out there on the water in pass number 2. And again, a guy like Kai Stidham should easily be able to throw that away, forget about that fall, get right back up onto his feet, onto that board, and finish off this run in the fashion that he came here to do it in, and that's stand up. Well, as you can see right there, throttles go down. Our rider is back up on his feet right now. Kai Stidham setting himself up as that wake shapes up and shapes out. He's going to take that big cut outside the wake, and he is going to set that heel side edge up over and in. Time for takeoff. There's a heel side back roll. Nice smooth landing on that maneuver. Playing it smart, playing it safe, back in on the toe side. This time toe side roll to revert, gets that 180, and May have been able to pull through from that one, but didn't want to go into that yard sale ragdoll situation. Takes a fall. That's fall number 2. Still a solid run from Kai Stidham. I'm going to have you walk us through this instant replay here, though.
Absolutely love the back roll there from Kai Stidham, and that toe side roll to fake. He just had Kai's number today here. We mentioned that first fall at the start of his second pass was on this trick right here, and it's what is his demise on his second pass as well. Unfortunately, unable to put it down. Yes, base lands. That's great. But you can see there gets caught up a little bit. Too much tension on the fingers, and the handle goes bye-bye. We're going to say hello to the third member of our team, though.
I'm here. What do you think he's going to think about this run?
You know, it was a very solid run. Kai went out there, stuck the rally right away, and 360s and back rolls. Overall, it was really good. I think he should be stoked about it. What else you got to say about it, Torres?
I know he's going to be unhappy that he fell, just because that's how he is. He likes to be perfect. But I'm pretty sure his 360 was switch, which does count for a bit. I think it was a great run. I know he's going to be beating himself up a little bit, but I think he's got to be proud for what he threw down out there. We're proud of him. So,
great run, Kai. Yeah, great run.
Yeah, back to Craig and Dano.
All right, Craig. Well, we are rocking it out here, and big shout out to our friends from Red Bull. Just dropping off a couple of cans for us up here in the announcer's booth. That little extra boost of brunch energy that we could use. Big thank you to, of course, all of our friends and partners out here, the entire town of Groveland, Florida, here at Lake David Park. Mike Dowdy and the crew from WakeU, of course, Mercury Marine in the house, along with the rest of the sponsors. Heyday debuting, launching the all-new H20 this weekend. Make sure you guys keep your eyes out for the Who's Next tour coming to a city near you, like real soon. Of course, Who's Next kicks off tomorrow here in Central Florida. Going to move to Atlanta later on in the week. From there over to Dallas. And you guys can check out the Heyday website to find out the rest of that schedule. As you see a score posting for Kai Stidham, 83 points up on the board. We're going to have to see where that puts him as far as the leaderboard is all set. Puts him in that first place position. But right now, doing it out of Tennessee, up, out, and on the water. Originally from Knoxville, this is Tyson Beach. Tyson Beach, he is a collegiate athlete through and through, former Division II baseball player before coming to UT. So we'll see if he adds that competitive drive to his wakeboard run. Grew up riding a wakeboard, but now finally started to do a little competition. You saw the tantrum there in that toe side, front side 180, Craig. What do you think?
I love it. Tyson from Tennessee. Probably my favorite name thus far here when Kara was chatting with him. I love that, and I love that back roll. I also love the Water Ski Broadcast Company's aerial view of this, that drone following. Such a unique look at Tyson's run right here, Dano.
That's right, Tennessee Tyson coming down the line, rocking it and rolling it, keeping it moving and grooving until he gets down to the end of pass number 1, standing it up. Man, taking a look at that tantrum a little early off the wake.
He still got it around, so that was pretty nice to see. If you were watching your screen there, you saw the bottom. ASU solidly in first place. Remember, this is a team competition. We're currently in the middle of the men's intermediate division, but every division, your scores count towards your overall team score. Currently in first place, ASU, followed closely by Indiana, and that could change because Indiana's rider, Kai Stidham, is currently in first place of this men's intermediate division, Dano.
All right, well, back at it with Tyson Beach. Tennessee Tyson rocking it out, keeping it going. Back through. There's that roll to revert. Just blasting off that wake into that perfect transition down the second wake of the Heyday H20. Now going to put him into a regular stance. He's a goofy foot front rider. There's a backside 180. That backside, that unnatural rotation, the blind landing, and a lot of confidence on that landing as he cuts right back over into the scarecrow. A low landing on that toe side, front roll 180, but he pulled it out.
I don't think that handle was going anywhere. He was so close to that finish line. I feel like even if he did fall, he was just going to hang on until he got dragged across. Tyson, tenacious here for Tennessee.
Yeah, and, coming in with that background in Division II baseball, something tells me that this guy's probably got one of the stronger grips in the game today.
Absolutely, and just like a good pitcher, he's got a lot of different approaches to the plate. We saw that roll to fakie. We saw the back roll. We saw a number of different tricks here from Tyson, so he's got to be stoked on that. I really like that back one as well. Solid pull from Tyson.
Man, for a guy competing in his first ever wakeboard competition, he definitely came out looking like a seasoned pro.
I might call a bluff on that. I don't know if that's true. He looks too seasoned, honestly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But again, going back to that baseball experience, this guy competing in Division II baseball, he's definitely been in front of the big stage before, so should be able to press through here, no doubt about it. But right now, let's go back down to the dock with Kara Upshaw.
I'm here with Graydon from UCF. You were here at the collegiate event last year, and you did pretty good, right?
It was pretty good. It was a great time. I loved the comp last year.
So do you feel good going into this one?
Oh, yeah, I feel pretty ready for it.
How have you prepared for it?
Not much. I wakeboard a lot at the cable park, so.
So it's pretty much the same, right? Did you want to say hi to anybody that might be watching right now?
Oh, yeah, I want to say hi to my sister back home in New York and my dog Ryder.
What's your sister's name?
Becca.
Is she your number one wakeboard supporter?
Yeah, probably.
She and the team?
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Good luck out there. We'll see you later. Back to the studio.
Hey, thanks, Caro. Taking a look up on the leaderboard, it looks like we do have a new leader with a score of 90 points. Congratulations, Tennessee, Tyson Beach.
That's a big 90 points for Tennessee. Currently, you were looking at the men's intermediate leaderboard, but on the overall leaderboard, they're a little bit closer to the bottom, so that 90 is going to change their fate. Remember, $25,000 prize purse. So the winning team is going to walk away with $15K. You want to be in that number one spot, and that number one spot currently held by ASU. But I think this next gentleman from Texas A&M will want to change that.
Well, and you're taking a look at it right there with that score of 90.00. All right, Calvin Neal is on the water right now. Let's check it out. Doing it for Texas A&M out of Lubbock, Texas. He's a regular foot forward rider. Let's take a look at it as he sets over and in, going big old back scratcher, air shifty from the heel side edge. Going to take that approach in on the toe side this time. Trick number 2. Absolutely massive, Craig. Humongous front roll. Got over onto his toes. It looked like he was going to ride that thing away, and then a little bit of load on the line pulls him over the front.
That's going to be the issue. If everybody else is surprised at how big you go, and you are surprised at how big you go on a front roll, usually that's what happens. You end up below the water as opposed to on top of it. So I want to see Calvin go for that front roll again, and I want to see him go for it as big as he did. Look at how explosive he is off that H20 wake. That is a big wake. You need to be patient. You need to explode off of it. So he does that while we head down to the dock with Caro.
Cole, what school are you representing?
Mississippi State University.
And you're last out in this division. Have you been watching the other riders go?
Yeah, I've been looking. We're, I don't know.
What did you watching them change your plan of your run at all, or are you sticking to the same plan?
I think I'm just going to stick to the same plan, throw what I can do, and see what happens.
Have you practiced a lot for this?
No, not really.
But what is your favorite trick that you're going to throw out there?
Probably some grabs and hopefully get some 180s.
What's your favorite trick?
Probably indie grab.
That's cool. Well, good luck to you. We hope that you have a good ride, and we can't wait to see what you do out there. Back to you guys.
All right, Calvin Neal back in, straight at it. There's a tantrum with that indie grab. It was that toe side front roll that took him down in pass number 1. And, going back to that toe side front roll, man, I would have to say out of the basic inverts, the toe side front roll probably the most difficult of them.
Absolutely, and when you take it over that second wake like Calvin did, landing in the flats there a little bit, that makes it infinitely harder to ride away from. So understandable he went down on that, but Calvin doesn't like to land in transition. We saw him go big on that front roll and that tantrum he took to the flats as well almost. So high-impact rider.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look as we cut back into pass number 2. Going for that toe 360 in that front side rotational direction. He unfortunately goes down, and that is going to be fall number 2. That's going to do it for Calvin Neal. Hopefully he still puts some big points up on the board for his team. But as you see right there, it almost was as if he was questioning, do I stop at 360 or do I want the 540? Off the wake, it looked like he wanted the 540.
A tale as old as time. The second that you hesitate on a rotation and you kind of have to make a decision of, am I going for it, am I not? You're already gone. It's too late. So when you're mid-spin, remember that. Go for the 540. Don't try and stop it because it's extremely difficult, as Calvin did there. So he goes down. That is his second fall. And we move on in our men's intermediate division.
All right, well, looking forward to watching our next rider. Graydon Swatsburg from UCF is going to be out here in just one moment. Graydon, just a couple of weeks ago, a part of the UCF team champions, the Red Bull Rivals Collegiate Wake Park contest happening down in Orlando. As a score post, not a bad score, 45.00 for Calvin Neal. So we'll see where that puts him in the leaderboard running right now. As it sits, Tyson Beach in first place, followed up by Kai Stidham, and it looked like Matt Boyd. So ASU, again, the story and the dramas are starting to unfold out here, as for the first time of the day, ASU has been pushed down into not a second position, but a third position.
Nobody's safe, but before we take a look at that leaderboard, let's head down to the dock with the third member of our team, Caro.
I'm here with Mike, one of Heyday's pro riders and one of the brains behind this event. Mike, tell us how it's going.
Yeah, I think it's going really good. I think everyone's really excited to be here. It's awesome to just watch the kids throw down, get behind that age 20 for the first time. I think it's just all around being a good day, and I'm looking forward to seeing who takes out these podiums.
Speaking of kids, I've seen your son run around here. Is he the youngest rider on Team Heyday right now?
Yeah, for sure. He's probably the youngest sponsored athlete in history, I would say. So, yeah, he's cruising around, waving at all the boats and giving fist bumps. So if you see him cruising around, he's rocking white tee and diaper right now. So if you see him, that's him.
Yeah, I heard your wife tell me he has some pretty amazing Heyday swag to rock. So we're stoked to see him here. Yeah, when is he going to start riding?
I took him wake surfing for the first time like maybe a month ago, so I wanted it to be a wakeboard first, obviously, but surf was a little bit better. So soon, though, he loves it. He absolutely loves it. So shredder.
How old is he?
Just over a year. Yeah.
So he's just over a year and already surfing, so we can't wait to see what Jack does next. Thank you so much, Mike. Back to you guys.
Hey, thanks, Caro. Thanks, Mike Dowdy. And right now, it is Graydon Swatsburg for UCF. The University of Central Florida is on the water. Many-time National Collegiate Wake Park champions. And let's check out what Graydon is going to throw it down. As you heard from him a little bit earlier, spends a lot of his time riding the cableway here in Central Florida. But no stranger to a little boat riding. There's an explosive tantrum off the hillside edge, that straight backflip right there. That's going to be his favorite trick as he turns that board around, switch stance, going half cab, 180. Gentleman from Pennsylvania State, now living down here in Central Florida, Orlando, UCF. To be specific, there was a stalefish grab, that backhand of the back edge of the board into the toe side front roll. And that one, he had the pop. He didn't quite have the rotation on that and just undercooked it a little rare on that maneuver.
Absolutely, extremely rare a little bit, but I do love, the go for it, the go get it attitude on that toe side edge in. Said, I'm going to go big, and hopefully I bring it around to my feet. Unfortunately, not doing that there, but guess what? That's just even better for us because we get to see Graydon go for that front roll again. I'm really excited. I hope he takes as much speed and gets as much amplitude as he did on that one, Dano.
All right, well, we're going to go down to the dock right now. Caro is with our next rider.
I'm here with Calvin from Texas A&M. We saw you do some cool stuff out there, but we also saw you take a fall early. What went through your head right after that fall?
Just what do I need to do next? But when I was coming down on that front roll, definitely got a little bit more booted than I was expecting.
How was the wake? Was it a little bit bigger than you thought?
The pop was really nice.
Yeah, that's why you got some extra flip on that front roll. But you got up, you kept going. Did you change the plan at all?
Yeah, after I fell on that front roll, I was planning on doing toe 5 on my first hit coming back, but I felt like I needed to just get something solid. When I tried the toe 5, thought I was going to come up short, tried to pull it back to 3, just didn't work out.
That happens. And it is a contest, so it's way harder than just riding at home. Well, thank you so much for the interview, and I'll let you go back to your team. Thanks.
All right, out on the water right now, we have got Graydon Swartzberg for UCF as the boat turns around that Heyday H20, making its debut here this weekend in Groveland, Florida. Beautiful Lake David. Check it out, though, as we come into pass number 2. That time, a little mix of a tantrum and a front flip. We'll call that the frantrum. We're going to set him back up with that opposite foot forward. There's a switch 180. So borderline the same start that we saw out of pass number 1. He's going to keep it going. There's a grab for Graydon Swartzberg, trying to continue to add the points for UCF up on the board. We're going to see how he finishes off this run. It looks like it's going to be a frontside approach. Will it be that toe side front roll? There's that front roll, giving it a little bit less pepper on the takeoff and under rotating it once again. Ends up going down. Hey, that's it. That's all. That's going to do it for Graydon Swartzberg. Let's take a look, though, at the instant replay here. As you can see, it almost looked like he wanted to take off for that front flip and then his head kind of going backwards there, pushing him into that back flip maneuver as he pops the board around, just like we saw in pass number 1, that switch stance approach into the wake with the switch 180 back to regular, getting a piece of the grab right there, giving, again, the judges a little bit more to work with here. And as he cuts back at the wake, this trick is going to get him over to the opposite side. Now, we've seen other riders just scoot across the wake, just cut back over to put themselves into position. In most cases, it's to put themselves in a heel side position. But for Graydon, he sets himself up for this last maneuver. This is the toe side front roll. And in pass number 1, although he didn't land the trick, he did get a little bit of a better takeoff. That time, not the takeoff he was looking for. A little bit early on that one. Unfortunate fall. That'll happen. He can hear you, Graydon Swartzberg, but right now let's go back down to the dock with Caro.
I'm here with Keisha Spicer, the director of Heyday. Keisha, how do you feel about the Heyday Collegiate Cup?
We are so honored to be out here with these incredible athletes today, having fun behind the brand new H20. We're having a blast in the city of Groveland. It's been incredible. So excited to get this boat out into the world and actually just use it.
Yeah, I know you've had a big play in the development of the H20. How is it hearing all this amazing feedback from the riders today?
Oh my goodness, it feels amazing. We've been working on this boat for a couple of years now, and so to release it and see everyone having fun is the biggest reward we could ask for.
It's been a big secret. Has it been hard to not tell everybody?
It is extremely hard to not tell people when you're so excited about something the way we are. So we've kept a secret for a while. Now it's out there. Now we get to talk about it nonstop.
That's awesome. And this is a great way to launch a new product. I'm so hyped. But now we got to get back to the water.
Thanks so much, Caro. Let's do exactly what you say. Get back to the water. There's a quick look at the men's intermediate leaderboard Tyson Beach of Tennessee, currently in that number 1 spot of 90. We just saw Swartzberg go. He was sitting there in the mid-50s. Now, however, our final rider of this men's intermediate division, Dano, your fan.
That's right. Cole Fogelsong is on the water. Unfortunately, out of the gates, taking a fall, but going for the gusto on this one. A young man originally from Katy, Texas, and as he goes for that boost, didn't quite have the distance he was looking for the tail of his board. Just a lot of stuff going on all at one time, and he takes that crash. He goes down. Does give us an opportunity. We just heard Caro chatting a little bit about the new H20 from Heyday Boats. A beautiful boat and a great debut, no doubt. But you got to talk about some of the amazing partners along with Heyday. Our friends from Mercury Marine. Mercury is the engine partner, 6.2 liters, 320 horsepower, more than you need. And we've been watching it all across the morning here today. We'd also like to thank Simrad, Rockford Fosgate, Relion, Outside the Boat, Red Bull, local dealer for Heyday, Liquid Planet Marine. I know I've seen the crew from Liquid Planet hanging out around here on site. Factory representatives, local representatives, they are here to talk you through what this boat is all about.
I mean, we got to thank all those sponsors. We also got to thank the third member of our team, Caro, who is dockside currently.
I'm back with the Indiana crew. We're all watching their rider in the opens division, getting ready over here. What do you feel like about his opening technique?
He's just rebooting pretty much. Just laying down. Sleep.
He's waking up. He was just down in the zone. Is that how you guys get ready too?
Well, I mean, we had a pretty late night before this, so he's probably just getting ready after that, but we got some solid sleep in us, so I think he's ready to go.
Justin, you're alive. That's a pretty good technique you had there.
Yeah, I was just recharging, getting ready to get out on the water. We're all good, though. Stoked to ride on the new Heyday boat. Was on it last year. Really great wake, so really, really excited.
Yeah, just doing a little meditation, visualizing.
Listen to some music, just getting ready, getting my head clear, and ready to get out on the water.
That sounds awesome. Well, good luck out there. We can't wait to watch you. Back to you, Craig and Dana.
Holy smokes, Craig. Talking about waking up down at the dock. If he wasn't already awake, Cole Fogelsong is now awake after that crash.
He is 100% awake. On his bio, it says his best result is biggest crash winner, and guy doesn't lie. That's about as truthful as it gets out here. So congratulations to Cole. That was probably one of our biggest crash winners here at the 2002 Collegiate Cup presented by Heyday and WakeU. There's a look at the rest of the schedule today. That was the last rider of men's intermediate. So we're going to take a quick break shortly and get into the men's open division. What did you like about that?
Yeah, no, just great riding all across the board. You can see it. It's been building up throughout the day, starting off with that women's beginners division. They really set the tone for the morning. From there, the Opens women's division came back through. We started to see a lot more technical riding out there on the water. Men's beginner, those guys were firing. You could see them really waking up. You could really see it firing up from there. Into this intermediate division, from some of the performances we saw there, I'm pretty excited to see what's coming up next in the open men's contest.
As am I, Dano the Mano. As am I. Very excited about that, and I'm very excited to watch this quick video. We'll be right back after it.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Heyday Collegiate Cup brought to you by WakeU. I am the Noise of the North. I am Dan O'Mano alongside Craig McMorris. And what a morning it has already been, Craig. We have been rocking it out here. Groveland, Florida, just about 30 minutes to the west of Orlando, Florida. It's been a great day. Talk about some of these results so far.
Absolutely. That's our men's intermediate division, our second to last division. It was Tennessee's Tyson Beach taking the win there, earning his university 100 points towards that overall score with a score of 90. Now, before we get to that men's open division, our final division, let's take a look at a cool little video from UCF.
All right, well, great to see the crew at UCF. Definitely a club to watch out for. But right now, let's go back down to the dock with Heyday team rider
Oh,
Carol
what happened
Upshaw.
out there?
Just wasn't used to riding behind the boat, really, and didn't really know what to expect going out, and didn't go too well.
You seem pretty happy, though. You and your friends are all over here giggling still?
Oh, yeah, we're really just here to have fun at the end of it all, so as long as you're having fun, it's all right.
That's cool. Yeah, you haven't been riding much boat lately, only on the cable, right? So you were a little surprised by that Heyday wake, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit. It's pretty big. It's got some pop on it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. It looks like they're back on the water.
Oh, yeah, watch out for this guy. Comes from Mundelein, Illinois. I got the same zip code as this dude. We live on the same lake. Off Diamond Lake, this is Ty Dickey making his debut with MSU. You heard it earlier today. Rode with IU last year. Ty Dickey, one of those top young up-and-coming semi-pro riders, rocking and rolling here and really making waves, as they say, in the collegiate scene. And you see it right there, Craig. What a pass. What a run to kick things off.
Clinical, surgical, if you will, from Ty Dickey here in that first pass. No mistakes, no bobbles, just came correct. So this men's open division is going to be hotly contested. Excited to see what Ty's got on that second of two passes.
Well, that's right. Well, Ty now in his second freshman year of college, coming back through in his second appearance here at the Collegiate Cup, brought to you guys, of course, by Heyday and Mike Dowdy's WakeU. Getting some interesting shots there. Getting that heel side corked out 540. Landing on the knuckle, but showing you guys that control, that strength to ride away from it. Back up and over. There's a straight tantrum. That's that backflip. And once again, textbook, picturesque toe side approach into the wake. Toe side roll to revert, and taking a little bit of a conservative cut into it, not really taking as much of an edge as he probably needed, taking it a little bit easy, but hey, the rest of that run looked so good. Here, take a look at that. Corked out 540. I'm just blown away, able to ride that one away, Craig.
Absolutely, the leg power that you have to possess to land on that uphill second wake and still stay upright. I want to talk about that toe side roll to revert attempt. Can we get a pulse check on Ty first? Because that was one of the most violent falls we have seen today. You said he kind of came in nonchalant. I didn't think he was going to do a toe side roll to revert, but he goes for it anyways. Respect through the roof. Here's a great look at it. If you can see a screen right here, if you're at the venue, gets stuck upside down, and that hurts. From experience, that hurts. So we'll see how Ty bounces back for that second of two passes here. Let's take a look at the start list right now. As we can see, Ty Dickey is in the water. But as you look down that list of names,
That's
Dan,
right.
who are you excited about?
Yeah, well, Cam Winter, Justin Lublow out of Indiana, another name that you definitely want to watch out for. Liam Jeske from Tennessee, Jacob Keeper from Texas A&M, Gavin Giglio out of UCF. This guy is known as a cableway rider, but I've had the chance to watch him ride behind the boat at least a half dozen times in the last couple of seasons, and you better watch out, because if Gavin is firing on all cylinders, he he might be the guy to watch out for in this open men's division. And Doc Bransom, another cable rider from Mississippi State. I saw him ride cable just a couple of weeks ago. A lot of style and last off the dock, so he gets the opportunity to sit back, watch what everybody else does in the field. This could go any which way. Remember seeing ASU taking that third place finish in that last division, still keeping them in the lead, but opening that door just a little bit for the rest of the teams.
Ever so slightly. The window is cracked ever so slightly. So can somebody in this men's open division blast that thing open? Let's send it down to Caro, who's at the dock right now. Caro, what's up?
I'm here with Gavin, representing UCF. Gavin, tell me how the hurricane has affected your training for this event.
Yeah, so about a month ago, Florida got hit by a hurricane, and so since then, all the lakes have been so flooded that they've been closed, so haven't gotten much practice, but we've been at the cable, so hopefully it translates a little bit.
Well, that sounds good. I'm sure it will. Is your goal to take first place in your division?
I mean, I hope to throw what I can and, let the judges do their thing. If it works out, I'll be stoked, but here to have a good time.
Sounds good. Well, good luck, Gavin. Looks like they're back again. Craig and Dano, take it away.
All right, doing it for the ASU Wake Devils, coming to us from Livermore, California. He is the Cactus Classic champion. This is Cam Winter on the water. And take a look at this. Would you look at that? Already underway with some fantastic maneuvers. There's that toe side back roll, that drone shot right above as he cranks back in on the heel side edge. That's the tantrum. So 2 backflips just coming in from different directions as Cam Winter continues to press down the line in on the toe side edge and just getting thrown off on that last trick, that last maneuver. That's a fall. All good. We're going to go back to instant replay. What are you seeing, Craig?
I'm seeing a lot of talent. That 360 was very well done from Cam. A little style on the ride out there, so lots to like there. That toe side 540 that took him down, though, he kind of got stuck in what I like to call a constant cork. When you do a cork on a wakeboard, you got to come out of it. It's where your body goes off axis, and then you have to get out of that. Cam, unfortunately, does not get out of that, but still lots to like in this first pass. As you mentioned, those 2 unique backflips, toe side back roll, and the tantrum there. Here's a great look at the tantrum. Patience and lands a little bit far down there, but still hangs on to it, Dano.
That's right. Wait, we're looking for Jacob Kiefer down at the dockside area. Hey, Jacob Kiefer, if you are in the house, please go check in down at the dock. And for those of you guys just joining us here, welcome one and welcome all. We are hanging out at the Heyday Collegiate Cup, brought to you guys by Mike Dowdy's WakeU. If you have not had an opportunity to stop up at the top of the hill and take a look at some of the beautiful boats by Heyday, please make your way on up here and check it out. We've got factory and local representatives to talk you through the latest and greatest from the Heyday brand. Of course, Heyday boats powered by Mercury Marine, that 6.2-liter engine. Head on up and find out more, but right now let's get back down to the lake. Let's get back down to the water. This is Cam Winter from the ASU Wake Devils. We'll see how he puts it together here in pass number 2, the 20-year-old from Livermore, California. This dude just had his growth spurt like 2 years ago. Come to hear that he was under 5 foot until senior year of high school.
Well, he's going to have to grow to this challenge. Right now, ASU currently in the lead, but how do they solidify that? With a hammer pass from Cam Winter. Can he perform under pressure, Dano?
Well, they're putting a lot of pressure on him. He's going to be the final Wake Devil of the day, and there you go. How about the moneymaker right there? That's a tantrum to front side 180, a trick you don't see very often, I'll tell you that much.
Unorthodox on that tantrum to fakie, and that toe side 540. Giving Cam Winter some trouble again, Dano.
That's right. Well, let's keep our eyes on this instant replay. As you can see, there's the Scarecrow. That's a front roll with a 180-degree front side spin. Classic maneuver, no doubt about it. And nice and easy as he cuts back in. Nice slow-mo maneuvers here. Back in. There's the tantrum, grabbing it with that other hand and spinning front side 180. Very technical tantrum maneuver. it's a variation you just don't see very often.
And what we don't see from Cam Winter is going down on the same trick twice that often, but this toe side 540 was just his demise. The only thing I can see in that replay is on a toe side 540, you kind of want your shoulders to go out the front a little bit there. Cam opting for the shoulders to go out the back, making that rotation extremely difficult. So Cam goes down. What will his overall score be, and where will that put ASU in this men's open category? We're going to have to wait and see. They are pretty comfortably in first place, but they want to lock that in with a big score from Cam Winter. Let's lock it in with the third member of our team, Caro.
Ty, we just watched you have an amazing run, but it ended in somewhat of a mega slam. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. I was looking at the wake. I got distracted. It was looking really good. So as I was cutting there, I was looking wake, and then all of a sudden I was upside down and lost. I wish I had that trick. It was a pretty good run other than that, though.
Yeah, for sure. And you had some pretty big ambitions coming into this event because of last year. How did you do?
I think I threw down a pretty good run this year. Last year I fell right away. It was sloppy. It was windy. The conditions are so much better, and yeah, I'm happy with this year, though.
But last year you said you got a pretty good placement.
I did, yeah. Last year I won Open, and that was pretty awesome. So I'm hoping for the same thing this year.
So Maud is talking about the sloppy conditions. There are no sloppy conditions out there right now, though. How was the water?
Bring it back. The water was nice. It's not too windy at all. You feel a little bit of wind on the way back, but on the way there, everything's perfect.
Did you get distracted by the 6 Heyday boats anchored out there in the course?
Yeah, all those boats were looking too shiny for me. I kind of want one now. My parents.
Maybe you guys will have to steal one back to the school.
Yeah, if one goes missing, don't come to MSU looking.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much. Good luck to you. I see you watching everybody else. Yeah. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Caro. That was Cam Winter in the water. Previous to that interview right there, Cam Winter representing ASU, who is currently in the overall lead of our team competition. Cam with a score of 75, so that will help their cause to get that 15 grand in the water. However, right now, from Indiana University, it's Justin Lublow. And Danny, you got lots of good things to say about this young man.
Oh, yeah. I've been watching Justin Lublow for many, many years, whether it's behind the boat or under the cable. A second-place finisher at the WWA Wakeboard National Championships. If this guy's not riding behind the boat, you can find him up in Michigan, riding out at the Action Wake Park down there. There's that toe side back roll to revert, and representing for Indiana University, you can hear the crew from IU getting loud, getting proud, getting wild down there at the dock. But hey, that's what happens when you roll 17 strong to this event.
That's what happens when you roll 17 strong to this event, and your boy goes top to bottom on that first pass. A little nuclear grab on that tantrum there. Very, very well executed by Justin. Dano, so much to love here. Backside 360, we haven't seen that yet in the competition today. So the judges have been rewarding uniqueness and creativity, and I think Justin has that.
Absolutely. Well, Justin, a member of the Ronix Regional Wakeboard team from out there in just in South Indiana, of course, spending a lot of time riding in Michigan as well as Indy. There's a backside 360. That's an unnatural rotation on that spin. Back over to the toe side 540, 1.5 rotations naturally spun right there. Back up and over, heel side, front side, 540. Craig, I don't know if you've ever heard it, but they say spin to win. There's the Bel Air. That's an air tantrum.
With no wake.
No wake at all. Made famous by Sean Murray, and then the Pete Rose. That's a toe side back roll into a front side handle pass 360. I will say it right here, after almost 20 years behind the microphone announcing these events, that was the heaviest wakeboard pass that we have seen of the entire day. This is your new leader, Justin Lublow.
And Indiana faithful losing their minds, rightfully so. Justin's playing chess. Everybody else is playing checkers thus far in the heat. Toe side 540. How you doing? Then he drops a Pete Rose and a Bel Air. Doesn't even need this beautiful H20 wake to do a tantrum. So that is impressive from Justin. But this is going to be an absolutely monster score.
Oh, yeah, just eyeing it up, linking up 3 spins in a row right here, and then take a look at this. There it is. There's that tantrum. He loads the line. No wake needed at all. That's the air tantrum. Super classic trick, of course, made famous by Sean Murray. But here, take a look at this as we slow it down. Toe side throws his head back into the back roll. Front side, full 360, and he lands into that funny wrap right there.
Very, very impressive, visibly fired up, and rightfully so. That poor life jacket's taken a beating because Justin just went top to bottom. We are not worthy, says the Indiana faithful. I'm a big fan of that run, and I think the judges will be too. What's interesting here, Dano, in the overall team event, yes, ASU is currently in first place, but guess who's in second? Indiana. And with a monster score like that from Justin, will this leaderboard change? We're going to have to wait and find out. How big will his score be?
All right, well, we're going to find out just that here in just a few moments. But right now, let's go back down to the dock with Caro. All right. Well, there you guys are getting a great look down at the shoreline area here, Lake David Park in Groveland, Florida. We have an awesome day still ahead of us. Not only are we going to finish off this men's open wakeboard division, some of the pro team riders from Heyday are going to be doing a little demonstration coming up later as well. Hey, I hear a lot of stuff going on down by the dock. Let's check out what's happening with Caro.
Justin, what a ride. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. Shout out to my team for cheering me on. Want to be able to do it without them.
Yeah, it seemed like your technique to prep actually worked really well.
Yeah, 100%. It's hard to get out and practice at Indiana, but I got a boat set yesterday and was able to put that down, so I'm super stoked about that.
You got to tell us about that last trick.
Yeah, it's Pete Rose. I was working on it all day yesterday, couldn't land it, and I put everything down, so I'm like, I'll try it. And yeah, stuck on my feet and rode away, so I'm pretty hyped about that.
We're going to let you catch your breath and keep watching the action on the water. Thanks, Justin.
All right. And here we are. Here we go. Oh, no. Going down Liam Jeski right there on that toe 540. Hey, that'll happen. Liam coming to us from Chicago, Illinois. You taking a look right here at the instant replay. Liam was able to get that scarecrow, that front roll 180. Got a couple of tricks in before the fall, y'all, as he cuts back over. You guys are also getting the opportunity to see some of the scores there on the board. Currently, MSU in that third place position. Indiana in second place. ASU currently in the lead.
Correct, but that is before the men's open division, so this matters greatly. Where will Justin's score from Indiana place him? Will he get that number one spot and be able to pass ASU? We're going to have to wait and find out till this thing's all over, so it is all up in the air. That's up in the air. Let's head down dockside with Caro.
All right, I'm here with Doc, who is our last rider. He's not going to go just yet. How does it feel to close out this event?
I mean, the competition better look out for me. I'm a dog on land, but a shark in the water. Someone threw a Pete Rose. Yeah, big deal. I'm going to throw double backflips, double Pete Rose, maybe a Mick double. I don't know. Look out. Look out.
Oh, yeah, that's what we like to hear. So do you have like a solid plan going in, or you just kind of wing it?
I don't know. I'm going to get up there, send a postcard from the moon, because I'll be pretty high up there. Might see some aliens.
Yeah, tell them we say what's up. Yeah, well, we can't wait to watch you ride. I guess we're going back to the water.
A lot of confidence down there, a lot of confidence. Here we go, back into replay, uncorking it out. That's a wrap, KGB, as Liam Jeski gets back up and goes back down. Unfortunate second fall right there from Liam.
Very unfortunate from Liam, but I do have to say the 19-year-old has the best penmanship that we have seen in the booth thus far.
I didn't even know they were teaching cursive in school anymore.
I didn't know either, but Liam, you got great penmanship, and it was great to see you out here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup 2022, brought to you by the good folks at WakeU. That's Mike Dowdy's company, and this has been, it started grassroots. We heard a lot of the competitors say it started in his room in that very first ever digital edition, and it's amazing to see what it has become. All that hard work, all the great folks behind it, bringing it to fruition. As you can see, that Heyday H20 coming back into the dock to pick up our next rider in the men's open division. Dano?
Yeah, well, we're going to get to our next rider here in a moment, but first I want to talk a little bit about that interview with handsome Doc Bransom a few moments ago. That was a lot of confidence. Yeah, and definitely, hopefully that shines through to the judges in just a little bit, but hopefully Doc is going to be able to back it up out there on the water as well.
Great name, handsome Doc Branson. A lot of energy, a lot of focus from that young man. So excited to see if he can live up to that hype. I believe he can. Dano, I believe he can.
Well, we're going to find out here in a little bit. We've got two riders before that, so let's get back down to the dock. 19 years young from Texas A&M. This is Jacob Kiefer. Jake Kiefer getting ready to rally down the line. The H20 coming down to the dock, of course, powered by Mercury Marine, 6.2 liter. And, guys, we're going to get back down there with the Jake Kiefer in a moment. First, let's hear what Caro has got to say.
I'm here with Zach Gresham, the Director of Marketing for Heyday. Zach, tell us a little bit of what's been going on this week.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting week for Heyday and for our consumers, dealers, everyone really involved in this event. Obviously, in addition to the Collegiate Cup, we've had some chances to really connect with consumers on a different basis. So 2 days ago, before the Heyday launch, we actually invited out a group of I would say about 10 to 15 really influential individuals in the action sports community. So surfers, wakeboarders, wake surfers, foilers, really everyone across the board, and really tried to build up that hype around the H20 launch. We were able to develop different content streams that we originally hadn't been involved with or working towards. So really excited to try some new methods with our marketing this year and hoping to continue the momentum into next.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a great week. I actually got to watch our very own Craig try and do a handstand on a surfboard. You should ask him about that, Dano. But back to you guys.
All right, well, let's find out about just that, Craig. Are we going to see the handstand on the wake surfer?
Absolutely. I think that is the next progression in wake surfing. If it's too easy on your feet, just do it on your hands. I was unable to master it behind the H20, but give me a couple more shots, Dano, and I may be able to pull it off. We'll see.
All right, my friend. We'll be looking forward to watching you make that famous on Instagram. But here we are, and here we go. Jake Kiefer for Texas A&M. He is on the water, the 19-year-old, getting ready to rip rally here in his first ever wakeboard competition. Check it out as he cuts in. Big old hillside approach, getting some boosted air and able to ride that first one away. Toe side approach for maneuver number 2. There's the toe side back roll, and unfortunate fall right there. And he got the back roll, but it looked like he may have been trying to take it to an extra 180 or so. Let's take a look at this right here. So going through the legs and finding that grab on that one. We'll leave it up to the judges, chicken salad or roast beef. And as he cuts back over here on the toe side, let's see exactly what happens. He throws that toe side back roll and just slides out the back.
A little bit of weight on the front foot, definitely not the easiest to land, but what I do like from Jacob is attempting to grab during the flip. All right? You got to go for the grab. You got to add something. Separate yourself from the rest of the field because the rest of the field is coming correct today. As we mentioned, ASU currently leading the team event, followed closely by Indiana. There you can see Justin Lublow with a score of 96. So he is currently in that number 1 spot of our men's open division. There are still a couple more riders left, Dano. If it were to end right now, that would put Indiana over the top, but it is not over. Can Justin stay in that number 1 spot, or will somebody take it away from him? There you see the overall leaderboard, ASU just ahead of Indiana, but Indiana has their men's open rider in that number 1 spot. Dano.
Oh, no. Jake Kiefer going down right there on that scarecrow-esque maneuver there, almost a mix between a scarecrow and a 540. That's going to be his second fall, so definitely, unfortunately, that's going to cap it off for his day. We still have 2 riders left to go here in this men's open division, but hey, check this out. If you hear your name, you are the lucky winner, the recipient of a ride in the H20 for what's about to happen next after this division. We're going to get a live pro demo from Heyday team athlete Dylan Miller and Windsor Williams, Alyssa Williams, Veji Melnitsky, and Tyson Beach so far. So Tyson Beach, Veji Melnitsky, along with Alyssa Williams and Windsor Williams, please get down to the dock. You have won a ride in the boat for the Dylan Miller demo coming up next. So all of our first place finishers so far in the day, they get a little personal demo here in a few moments.
What aren't we giving away here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup? A $25,000 cash purse. And if you win your division, you get to watch Dill Mill, a.k.a. Pickle, ride. That's going to be pretty exciting behind the Heyday H20. I got to see him go a little bit over the past couple days behind this beautiful machine, and he rides it right, Dano. He rides it correctly.
Oh, yeah. Well, you had the opportunity to sit there and get to watch Dylan grow up together up in Canada, and I know throughout the grassroots days into his semi-pro, into the full pro days. And the cool thing about a rider like Dylan Miller is that he has pushed all aspects of wakeboarding, whether it's boat riding, whether it's cable riding, whether it's two-tower, whether it's winching. He always has brought his own unique style to it, and just very well diverse across the board.
Absolutely. And speaking of board, let's take a look at the leaderboard right now. There you see Indiana University's Justin Ludlow in that number 1 spot. Remember, they are in second place in the overall event. If they finish in second, great. They walk away with $7,000 and silver medals. Great. Happy for you. But if they can leapfrog ASU, they are walking away with $15,000 in cash, the Heyday Cup, and gold medals for everybody on the team. That is a big difference. So can Justin Ludlow stay in that number 1 spot, or will UCF's Gavin take it away from him? He's coming up next. You're a big fan, right, Dano?
Well, absolutely. The fact that I've been around for so many years, getting to announce some of the biggest events in wakeboarding, been watching a lot of these riders come up through the ranks from their days as junior athletes into the boys athletes, into junior men athletes, and now into this semi-pro pro field here. And Gavin Giglio, one of those guys to watch out for, represents for Ronix. This guy has traveled the world doing cable wakeboarding last season, spent a bunch of time in South America. If you've never actually watched this guy ride the cable, I definitely recommend you hop on YouTube, you look him up, and you check out some of his past action. This guy, absolutely amazing. I don't think so. He is unbelievable from Belle Isle, Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. This is Gavin Giglio. The 20-year-old sophomore, born and raised here in Central Florida, Orlando. Definitely been spending a lot more time under the cable over the past few seasons, but this dude knows how to ride a boat, and he knows how to do it with style. Beautiful execution right there on that method air as he pops that board around, setting back up, over and in. Take a look at that. 1.5 rotations. The front side 540. Regular and switch heel side tricks.
Boom. Mirrors it right there with that front side 540. So cab 540 into front side 540. Gavin putting on a demo, and then
toe side. That toe side 3 ends up taking him down. Take a look at this, though, right here. There's that method, bringing that board all the way up and nice and proper. Maybe not quite the grab he fully wanted on it, but, he knew it. He knew it. But right here, take a look at these spins as he goes back-to-back hillside 540s. Here's the switch 5. Just a little miss on the nose there, but still great execution on the rotation.
Absolutely. I like how he mirrors these back-to-back, right? The switch 540 into the regular 540, doing the same grab. So that first one, switch nose, and that second one, regular nose there. So very, very solid from Gavin. Speaking of solid, I think it's time to head down to the third member of our team, who is dockside with some of Gavin's fellow competitors as we see Gavin go down.
All right, I'm here with Jacob representing Texas A&M. Tell us about your ride.
I mean, it wasn't what I wanted. I had this whole ride planned out. I think that was my downfall. I was thinking about it too much. But, I mean, I can't be mad. I'm still in Florida. I still might go ride cable later, so it's not a bad day.
How was that Heyday Wake? Have you ridden behind one before?
I've never ridden behind a Heyday before, and I was pleasantly surprised. The pop was very solid. No complaints.
Did you ever think about that it's only a 20-foot boat, or was it kind of like what you're used to?
No, I was definitely thinking about it, but like I said, I was pleasantly surprised. It was great. I had no problems. I was still getting up. Nothing wrong with it.
That's awesome. So you're in Florida. What else are you going to do? Are you going to hit the cable up before you head home?
Hopefully. I think we might go as a team to OW. We already went to Cocoa Beach. We surfed yesterday, so, it's a solid little getaway from College Station.
Sounds like a good one. Well, it looks like they're back on the water. Back to you guys.
All right, well, Gavin Giglio for pass number 2 came in with that tantrum, reaching all the way across his body, almost seatbelt on that grab, and then back in the trick that took him down, that toe side, front side 360. Keeping it going, a lot of momentum right here, Craig, from Gavin Giglio, putting it together.
He does, but he does need an exclamation point on this second pass. Needs something big, something technical.
And there's a backside 540. That would have been the exclamation point. You talk about a high-risk, high-reward trick. That maneuver with that backside landing, we'll see exactly what happens. But as we come back to instant replay, you see how he reached all the way across his body and grabbed the nose of his board with his backhand, making that tantrum, that basic backflip, that much more technical.
Add a little spice to it, and that's what you got to do with some of maybe a simpler trick with the tantrum. Make it more difficult. Show the judges you can do it, and you can do it really well. Dana, what I'm excited to talk about is his final trick, Gavin's final trick there. It was a switch backside 540 attempt. In my opinion, probably the most difficult trick, if landed, we will have seen today. What goes wrong for Gavin here, and what is most difficult about this trick is patience. You got to be so patient riding up all the way up the wake and then initiating rotation. You could see there the rotation is what took him down, lack thereof.
That's right. You got to have that confidence and know that board's underneath your feet, and we're going to ride it away. Getting a little bit too much load on that back arm upon landing, just getting snapped out of his fingertips. Hey, it's all good. We'll wait for some scores, but there you see the leaderboard with LeBlanc, Dickey, and Winter holding down the top 3 spots as we get down to the final rider in the contest of the day. Don't forget, we still do have some pro demos coming up along with our award ceremony happening right here at Lake David Park. Doing it for Mississippi State, 22 years young. Just 2 weeks ago at the Red Bull Rivals event, he won the belly flop contest, and I believe their entire team won the Spirit Award. Give it up for handsome Doc Branscombe. And once again, we do need Windsor Williams, Alyssa Williams, Veggie Melninsky, and Tyson Beach down to the dock. You are all going to be invited to ride in the boat for the Dylan Miller Heyday Pro Demo. So once again, Windsor Williams, Alyssa Williams, Veggie Melninsky, and Tyson Beach, we need you down to the dock right now. All right, handsome Doc Bransom getting ready, the final rider of the day. As you see the Heyday H20 heading out towards Lake David. We're going to put the throttles down, and our last contestant getting ready to stack some points up as we see a score posted from Gavin Giglio of an 83.00.
What's really interesting about that score, Dano, is it doesn't affect that number one spot. Justin Ludlow of Indiana still in that number one spot with 96 points. Only one rider left. This is the entire fate of the competition, this team event. If handsome Doc Branson can get into that number one spot, this entire event could be different. It's musical chairs up there. Can he perform, Dano?
Well, my guess is yes. We'll find out here and now that Boat Wake has shaped out. The Heyday H20 is on the water in its debut performance here as a part of the Heyday Collegiate Cup, brought to you by WakeU. And here we go. The Doc getting ready to rock it. Here we go. Hillside approach. Oh no! Going for the back roll and taken off slightly early. Craig, I heard you talk about the patience that these riders need to have into the wake, and you see it right there. A little bit different than when going off a kicker there. And again, maybe getting a little excited a little bit early and looking for that pop just a little too soon.
Absolutely. You will be burned every single time if you start that rotation at the bottom of this massive H20 wake. Remember, this Heyday H20, brand new, so a lot of these riders have not got to ride behind it yet. That first hit sometimes can be a little bit surprising, so that could have been the issue for Doc right there on that back roll. Remember, he's still got another fall, so he can get back up and really make something happen here once they pick him up.
All right, well, they are bringing it around. We're going to get him back up and at it on the water here momentarily. Another beautiful view of that red Heyday H20. And if you guys are just joining us here at the Heyday Collegiate Cup and you want to find out more about these amazing boats, stop on up. We've got Heyday Factory representatives in the house as well as local reps here to answer any questions that you may have. Be sure to check out the Heyday Who's Next tour coming to a town near you, whether it's this fall, this spring, or next summer. I know this week heading to Central Florida, up to Atlanta, over to Dallas. So a great opportunity for you folks throughout the nation to get in and behind one of these great Heyday boats and find out for yourself what they are all about.
Now, Dano, it was a little bit unfortunate for Doc there, the location of his first fall. It put him in a situation where he couldn't really get another trick in on that first pass, so he will have to jam-pack that second pass here if he wants to play up in and amongst that 80-90 score range. Let's see what Doc Branson has on his second pass.
All right, lining it up, eyeing it up. Handsome Doc Branson getting ready to fly. Hillside approach will be the back roll. He goes for it again, and this time he rides it away, just powerhousing through that second wake. He wasn't going to give up, I will tell you that much. If I was a betting man, I probably would have put money on that last trick. Going for the toe 540 into some sort of Olay 7 maneuver. Takes him down, and that's going to do it for handsome Doc Branson. Let's take a look right here at this instant replay. Landing on top of that wake, but again, powerhousing and never giving up. But let's take a look and fully see exactly what happened here on this spin. He wanted to throw some extra points up on the board. He knew a nice, perfectly executed spin of some sort would help do just that. As he takes off the wake, he gets thrown off axis just a little bit, and it almost looked like he wanted the 540 and then swung that handle up over his head into an Olay 540, almost a scarecrow-esque maneuver on that trick. And it was a fall, so it is what it is. We'll see how that ends up with the rest of the crew as we wait for some scores to post. But right now, let's take a look at how we set. And you talk about some drama. Take a look at that. ASU's Cam Winter being pushed down into that fourth position. And I got to ask you, Craig, how is that going to affect the overall scores today?
Well, ASU as a university, as a team, is currently in that number one spot. closely followed by Indiana. But representing Indiana in this men's open division is Justin Lublow with a score of 96. So he is going to earn his team the max amount of points you can in one division. We're going to have that official leaderboard, that official team leaderboard for you very shortly. But before we get to that, we have a special treat for all the folks watching at home and all the folks here at Lake David. I was saying Dylan because guess what? We've got Dylan Miller, pro for Heyday wakeboard boats, coming up right away. But before that, let's go to commercial break and we'll get Dylan at Lake David right away.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
What's up, everyone? This is Mike Dowdy, and if you are watching this video, that means you have received your official invite to compete in the Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU. Congratulations. The Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU takes place this October 22nd at Lake David Park in Groveland, Florida. This 10-team invite-only competition gives you guys the opportunity to compete for your share of a $25,000 prize.
$25K?
And your name on the WakeU Cup. The invited teams include MSU, ASU, Indiana, Texas A&M, Tennessee, UCF, Baylor,
Mississippi State, and Oklahoma State. We look forward to hosting you guys here in Groveland, Florida on October 22nd at Lake David Park. Don't miss this. You guys are going to want to be here. Let's let the games begin, and I'll see you guys there.
All right. Well, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Heyday Collegiate Cup brought to you by WakeU. I'm Daniel the Manos, sitting alongside Canadian legend Williams and Justin Lublow. We need you all down to the dock. You guys are all getting front row seats for what's coming up next, the Heyday Dylan Miller Pro Wakeboard Demonstration. And we're going to go right down to the dock here. Craig McMorris, I got to ask you, so far so good as we get ready to watch Dylan. Some of your highlights from today so far.
Well, that's a great question, Dano. I appreciate you asking it because every single division, we had women's open, we had women's beginner, we had men's intermediate, men's beginner, men's open. They all brought it. There was highlights from everything, and you could see a lot of the riders and athletes trying something new. A lot of them, this was their first competition, and that's one of the biggest hurdles when it comes to competing. It's just getting that first one out of the way. It's nerve-wracking and it's scary, but once you do it once, you kind of get that bug, you get addicted. So I think there's a lot of individuals who will be competing again and again here behind a Heyday H20. It was also just amazing to see the H20 in action as we see Heyday Pro Dylan Miller behind that boat. It was just released yesterday, and, Dano, Dylan makes it look good.
Oh, yeah, well, absolutely. You know, Dylan was, when Heyday came into fruition and they were taking a look and putting together that team, Dylan was one of the first riders that they pulled out of the gates, and such a diverse rider. And that's what I think is so cool about Dylan. You know, spent his time in the Great North, you know, a Canadian rider, spent his childhood riding behind the boat. When he got down to Florida, started doing a little more freestyle stuff when it comes to wakeboarding, became recognized as a rail rider, really pushing it on the cable with the winches. But boat riding was something that he never let go of, something that he's always done and kept in his repertoire. He's been a part, of course, of the R&D team at Heyday since day number one, and it's amazing to see him continuing to push forward and rock it out here, bring so much to the table.
Absolutely, and I think that's just kind of a testament to how talented Dylan Miller is, right? He can ride any terrain, he can ride any wake, he can do it all, and he's continued to do that through his entire career. And not only does he do it all, he does it in his own way. As you can see, one of the best wrapped wakeboarders, so he's always doing super unique tricks behind the boat. Here he's wrapping up again.
Yeah, what I've always liked about Dylan is, you know, he makes the simple amazing out there. You know, he's the kind of guy who can take a 180 or a 360, really tweak it out, and when he's out there, people can look at him and say, hey, that's Dylan Miller.
Absolutely. Here's a good look at that cab 360 wrapped up. Style, holds the grab, pokes it, does it correctly. And you can see a good look at that H20 brand new boat released yesterday from Heyday. Dylan Miller's been loving riding behind this thing. If you're just joining us, this is a 20-foot wakeboard boat that sacrifices nothing in wake size. You can see pro Dylan Miller doing some really, really sick tricks behind this Heyday H20, and that's what was pulling this entire competition, which we had a blast calling, Dana.
Absolutely. Well, we're not quite done yet. You know, Dylan out there right now giving a little demonstration for our top podium finishers in all of the divisions. We are going to be rewarding those divisions on stage along with the overall team champions and $25,000 in prize money. We're also going to be awarding the WakeU MP4 Challenge winner here as well. These teams have also been tasked with doing with a little bit of a digital contest. Mike Dowdy and the crew started years ago. The MP4 Challenge gives them a chance to show the lifestyle, not just the wakeboarding, but the lifestyle behind the teams as well, and some of the behind-the-scenes stuff. So looking forward to announcing the winners of the MP4 Challenge. Also going to be coming up here in just a little bit. But as you mentioned moments ago, Craig, the Heyday H20 making its debut here in Groveland, Florida, Lake David for this event, of course, the Heyday Collegiate Cup. And this boat also comes out with some new industry firsts as well.
Absolutely. One of my favorite industry firsts in this boat is that power platform. All you have to do, hit a button, and your platform raises up, making it perfect for storage. They have incredible bucket seats right at the back of the boat. That used to be illegal to sit there. Heyday has designed these seats so you can
they figured it out and they made it safe.
Yeah, they made it safe, and you're legally allowed to sit right at the back of the boat, so you get the best view of the action. And some of our divisional winners are getting the best view of Dylan Miller, currently on the water here at Lake David, pro for Heyday wakeboard boats. Looks like he's signaling for a double up, so we might get a little exclamation point at the end of this demo here, Dano.
Yeah, a little extra treat here from Dylan Miller. And I want to send a big shout out and a thank you to our friends at Red Bull. You know, we had an early call time. We were here at about 6 a.m. this morning. And a big shout out to Red Bull for keeping us awake all throughout the day. But one other thing I want to mention about Red Bull is over the past month or so, they have put on some incredible events here in Central Florida, kicking off back in September with the Parks Double or Nothing contest. Just a few weeks ago, there was the Red Bull Rivals contest. But here's Dylan Miller as those wakes converge. The natural kicker, the double up, going for that double 360, that hillside 7. What do you think, Craig?
I loved it. I like how you mentioned Parks' Double or Nothing competition. That's exactly what it is, double up competition. Dylan must have heard you and said, hey, give me a left-hander. So that's what he got on that brand new H20. Looking good for the nose grab 720 attempt. Let's take another look at it here, Dano.
Oh, yeah, as he pops up into the air, he gets that full rotation right there, but maybe just a little bit excited there on the landing. Hey, that'll happen, but always fun nonetheless to watch Dylan Miller out there. And I got to ask you, though, over the years, I know you and your brother did a little bit of wakeboard competition. Did you ever get to compete against some of the Canadian greats, guys like Dylan Miller or Ollie and Raf Jerome, anybody like that?
Absolutely. Competed against them all, honestly. A lot of worlds, a lot of nationals, and it was a great way to grow up, spending time behind the boat and kind of honing your competitive prowess, if you will. Wakeboarding is very unique. You're very solo. You're very by yourself, and you have to coach yourself when you're out there. So I think it's great for any competitive career, which is pretty amazing. So thanks for that shout out. Great to see Dylan Miller. But we have another surprise for you. A little video from St. Augustine's. Let's take a look at that right now. Well, that was a great little video there from St. Augustine. A lot of action, a lot of excitement here today. Why? Well, it's the Heyday Collegiate Cup 2022. We have all 5 divisions rowed, competed, and judged. I talked about some of my highlights, and before we get to this final podium, Dan, I want to hear some of your highlights.
Yeah, again, generally speaking, I liked watching it all, but, for me, it's watching those beginner divisions. I'm all about the grassroots. I'm all about the next generation of riders. I am all about just having fun out there, and I love seeing riders who maybe have never competed in an event before, and we got a great taste of that out here. You see how much fun they're having. You see the camaraderie between the teams out there as well. So definitely a big fan of that, but as we progress throughout the day, I got to say one of the standout riders for me is going to be that Justin Lubleau. We saw him take the W in the Open Men's Wakeboard Division just a little bit ago, and watching Justin grow up riding under the cable for many, many years, but watching him now as a collegiate rider, bringing that prowess to behind the boat, it was just really, really great to see. But again, if you're looking for my overall highlight from the day, again, it's going back to watching all these beginners and the first-timers competing in their first contest ever.
Absolutely, and what a first contest to compete in. You're competing with your team. You're competing with your club. There is so much on the line. How much? $25,000 in a total prize purse. That means the winning team will walk away with $15,000, $7,000 to the second place team, and $3,000 to that third and final team. That's a lot of cash, and I think it's time to give it away. So let's, Dano, take a look at the overall podium. Is it ASU? Is it Indiana? Who was able to climb into that number one spot? Let's have a look.
All right, as we await, there it is, showing you guys. And you talk about the drama, only 20 points separating from first and second place on the screen there, as you guys see it. Taking a look at throughout the day, ASU going to take home the overall title. So we are going to be heading down to the podium here shortly to celebrate it. But Michigan State University holding down the number 3 spot, number 2 going to Indiana, and defending their title for the thrice year in a row. Big shout out to the ASU Wake Devils. So we're going to be awarding the overall podiums along with the division podiums as well as the MP4 Challenge Awards. That's going to be coming up here in just a few short moments. Again, a big shout out and a thank you going to all of the amazing sponsors, of course, the entire team from Heyday Boats, along with, of course, our friends here in Groveland, Florida at Lake David. I'm talking Mike Walker, Frankie, Steven, Bubba, and the entire crew from right here locally. Of course, the WWA, the World Wake Association. If you guys have not already downloaded the Rideline app from the WWA, make sure you guys do that to keep up to date with any news, contest results, and so much more. Of course, the engine partner of Heyday Boats and a great contributor to this event, Mercury Marine. Keep in mind, inside that boat, 6.2 liters. 320 horsepower. That's the base engine you guys are going to get inside of these Heyday boats. Of course, our friends from Simrad, the marine electronics partner, Rockford Fosgate, the audio partner, Relion, the marine battery partner, Red Bull, the local dealer here in Central Florida, Liquid Planet Marine. We had all 7 teams representing Michigan State, Arizona State, Indiana University, University of Tennessee, Texas A&M, University of Central Florida, and Mississippi State University at this year's Heyday Collegiate Cup, powered by WakeU. It has been an amazing day, morning, and now into the afternoon as we get ready to go into the awards ceremony. Craig, I mean, you really can't ask for much more.
Absolutely. There are so many people to thank, so we thank them all. We thank everyone in the truck. Thank you so much for all your hard work. I think it's time to go give some cash and some hardware, so meet us over at the stage as we give out the big bucks. Thanks, Dano.
All right, we're going to do that here in just a moment. Let's go to some quick words from our sponsors, and when you get back, we will be down stage side.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
What's up, everyone? This is Mike Dowdy, and if you are watching this video, that means you have received your official invite to compete in the Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU. Congratulations. The Heyday Collegiate Cup powered by WakeU takes place this October 22nd at Lake David Park in Groveland, Florida. This 10-team invite-only competition gives you guys the opportunity to compete for your share of a $25,000 prize.
$25K?
And your name on the WakeU Cup. The invited teams include MSU, ASU, Indiana, Texas A&M, Tennessee, UCF, Baylor, Mississippi State, and Oklahoma State. We look forward to hosting you guys here in Groveland, Florida on October 22nd at Lake David Park. Don't miss this. You guys are going to want to be here. Let's let the games begin, and I'll see you guys there.
We go where you go. Everywhere and anywhere. Purposefully built to stand up to the elements. Designed to perform under any condition. Built for the moments that matter. For the rugged and the relentless. We are the soundtrack for adventure. This is purpose-built audio. This is Rockford Fosgate.
Check. All right. If we can get all the athletes over here to the podium area, if we can get all the athletes and families and friends over here to the stage area, please, you guys, make your way on over here. We're going to do the award ceremony. Right now, we need all of the teams to please make their way over to the stage. We are going to get right into it. The award ceremony getting ready to kick off. Give you guys about 20 more seconds to make your way on over here. All riders, all athletes, all schools, all friends, all families, please make your way over right now towards the stage area. Oh yeah, don't be shy or bashful. Come on, crew, make it on over here. Don't forget, we are live webcasting all around the world. So please make your way on over right here, right now. Right here is good. Let's bring it all, y'all. I know Indiana's in the house. Let's get the rest of the crew out here. That's what I'm talking about. What's up? What's up, Indiana? You guys feeling good out there? Make some noise. Oh yeah, that 17 plus deep right there. Come on, y'all. Let's not let them be the only ones that shine. Hey, Doc Branson, I know you guys won the Spirit Award 2 weeks ago. What about the rest of your crew? Where y'all at? Hey, Doc, where's your crew? Give it up, Mississippi. You guys in the house, make some noise over there. Come on, Mississippi. I know you guys can do better than that. Get loud. All right, we're going to get the whole crew over here. We want to thank you guys for coming out so far, so good. Hey, college riders, what do you guys think of the Heyday Collegiate Cup? You guys having fun? Make some noise. Well, we want to thank all of you all for joining us out here. Big shout out to Craig McMorris, my co-announcer out here. Give it up for Craig McMorris, everybody. We want to thank all of our sponsors here, of course, first and foremost, the entire crew from Heyday Boats. Give it up for Heyday Boats, everybody. doing a great job with this event. Want to send a big shout out, a hello and a thank you to Heyday Pro Team members hanging out with us here on the microphone all day long, interviewing you all. Caro Yupshaw, along with Dylan Miller, who you guys got to see ride a few minutes ago. And of course, the man behind WakeU and the Collegiate Cup, the one and only Dirty Mike Dowdy. Give it up for Team Heyday, everybody. We would also like to thank the WWA, the World Wake Association. We'd also like to thank the city of Groveland and everybody from Lake David Park. As we move forward, some other great sponsors. This event just could not have happened without these guys. Let's get loud for Mercury Marine, Simrad, Rockford Fosgate, Relion, Red Bull, and Liquid Planet Marine. We had 7 schools battling it out here at this year's Heyday Collegiate Cup, and you guys all did an awesome job. I'm getting ready to hear you scream when I say your name. Let's give it up, though, for all of the teams: Mississippi State University, University of Central Florida, Texas A&M, University of Tennessee, Indiana University, Arizona State, and MSU, Michigan State University. Keep it going. Let's get loud one more time for all the college teams representing. Oh, yeah. All right, everybody. In addition to the Heyday Collegiate Cup overall team championship awards we're going to be giving away shortly, we had another great event going on here, and it was the WakeU MP4 Challenge. Those great videos that you guys have posted up and keeping the tradition alive. We are going to award and bring up our top 3 teams for the MP4 Challenge. In 3rd place, give it up for ASU. Bring your crew up here so you guys can get in the photo. ASU in the 3rd position. Mike's going to give you guys the team medal as you guys bring it on up. The runner-up in the MP4 Challenge, Mississippi State University. And your champions for the MP4 Challenge, MSU! Michigan State coming on up to the stage. Congratulations, MSU. All right, well, let's get the MP4 Challenge champions all together. We're going to get that photo. Give it up for them, ladies and gentlemen. ASU, Mississippi, and Michigan State, your MP4 Challenge champions. All right, well, very good. Congratulations, you all. Do not go too far, because right now, to announce the award winners for the overall Heyday Collegiate Cup Championship, give it up for Craig McMorris.
Wow. That was an intro. Thank you. Get off the stage. Come on. Let's get some hustle here. Okay, this is the moment that we have all been waiting for. Everyone rode so well. That was so much fun. Before we get to this, let's just give it up for Dano the Mano, the voice of wakeboarding. I've been listening to him for my entire life. Dano the Mano, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate that. Okay, what are we doing this for? Why are we here now? Well, $25,000 cash purse. Okay, that's a lot of cash. Not only that, but the Heyday Cup. This thing's beautiful. You can drink out of it. You can do whatever you want with it. It is yours for a day. So that's pretty exciting. How does this all break down? First place, $15,000, the cup and gold medals. Second place, $7,000, silver medals. And third place, obviously, bronze medals and $3,000. Who's giving this all away? Keisha Spicer. She's got a check. That's a big old check. You take that to a big old bank, as well as Mike Dowdy, the medal man. The great people from WakeU. There are so many people to thank, and we're going to thank them right away, but we're also going to give away $3,000. MSU, get on up here. You got $3,000. Get on up here. Get him up here, too. Get him on the ramp. Not too fast. Not too fast.
I look forward to you guys' events every year. I'm looking forward to it. Nice job, guys.
Little three-point turn there. There we go. That's a giant tag. That's Keisha Spicer, the director of Heyday Wakeboard Boats, who have been so generous in this Collegiate Cup. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Stay up there. We're going to do a big team. Stay there. Get used to it. Put on your sunscreen. For $7,000 and silver medals. I said $7,000. I did not stutter. I mean it. With a score of 430 points in the overall. Give it up for the loudest team. Indiana, get on up here! What a performance from Indiana, especially that final one. Justin earning that 96 in the men's open division. We're going to need more real estate next year because they got a lot of human beings up here, and I'm a big fan. $7,000 to Indiana University wakeboarding team. That's exciting. Get your photos. All right, let's move on. Who's ready for this? $15,000. That's a real cup in his hand. That is a real cup and gold medals. Walking away with a big $15K. Give it up. For ASU, get on up here. You win a bunch of money. Go crazy. That's a three-peat for ASU. You got to be happy for them. Grab your check. Don't forget your giant check that says $15,000. And your medals. You got to get your medals. Let's get some medals on these folks. Medals are right behind you. That's Mike Dowdy handing out the medals. Yeah, keep staying in there, keep staying in there. Let me know when we get all the photos because we're going to get the rest of our teams up here and we're going to do a big photo shoot and the wave. That's going to be a fun way to end it. So let me know. Take your photos. Smile. Okay, that's got to be enough photos. I mean, we have technology now. This is no film, okay? Let's go rapid fire. Everybody else that was in the contest, get up here. Let's take a big photo with everybody. Come on, Doc, get up here. Keep your boots on. Everybody get up here. We're going to do a big photo with everybody before we close the Heyday Collegiate Cup 2022 out. That was an absolute blast to see y'all compete, see y'all put it down. That was so much fun. Get in there, Tennessee. Don't be shy now. Nobody bites. Nobody bites here. All right, right here. Big photo. Smile. Pretend you like each other. Here we go. Woo! Now do a fun one. Do a fun one. Pretend you're crazy. Ah! Never mind. Either way's fine. All right, I love you. Congratulations to everybody competed. Congratulations to everybody that put this event on. It means so much. Thank you to our event organizers, everybody that did anything to make this happen. Thank you to Groveland. Thank you to all our competitors. We love you so much. We will see you again next year. Thank you, Heyday. Thank you, WakeU. That is Collegiate Cup signing off.